begins at the Cherry Creek.
Good evening, everybody. Before we get started and I turn the meeting over to Cindy, just wanted to do a little housekeeping. We are live streaming for the first time tonight, so we have a camera in the back of the room, so everybody go. Board members, please remember that means when you speak, you need to make sure you hold your button on your mic so that it goes through the broadcast, okay? Thank you.
Happy New Year, everyone. Turn it on. Okay, there we go. Happy New Year, everyone. It's 6:30 p.m. and I would like to call to order this meeting of the Princeton Independent School District Board of Trustees on January 22nd, 2024, and announce that a quorum of the board members is present. The meeting was duly called and has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. Now, if you would all please rise and honor our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Now, Starla Sharp will lead us in our invocation and prepare us for our work that we're going to do tonight.
Thank you, Cindy. Shall we bow? Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather today for the school board meeting, we express our gratitude for the blessings that have been bestowed upon us. We seek your guidance in our discussions and the decisions for the well-being of youth in Princeton. Please guide our tongues as only you can. May our conversations be guided by love, and may our actions align with your will. Grant us the wisdom to address challenges and the humility to seek forgiveness for any shortcomings that we may have. Forgive us, Lord, for the sins that we are aware of and those that we're not. Allow us to humble ourselves for the betterment of our youth and this great city, so that the decisions made on behalf of our kids are pleasing in your sight. It's in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Now, as a teacher, one of the most fun things in my whole life was doing science fair. So tonight, I'm so excited that we get to honor our science fair winners for 6th grade.
All right, good evening, everybody. So this is going to be our 6th grade science fair winners, and these are going to be our district grand champions selected from each of the 4 categories of competition. Winners, just so you know, when your name is called at the end, we're going to show a video of you talking about your project, and at the end, you'll be called up to receive your certificate, and then we'll ask you to go over to the middle there so that we can take one big group photo. Sorry. And we're going to go ahead and play the video.
My name is Abigail Vang, and I'm on campus Matei Middle School. If I put Monera dairy butter in the cake batter, then the size of the cake will decrease because Monera dairy butter has 85% fat, and a high percentage of fat will cause the cake to fall. So I got all my ingredients, and I got a bowl, and I kind of just mixed them all together. And then I baked them in the oven for like 350 degrees for like at least an hour. And then I measured them and put them in my data table, and I got the results. The purpose of my experiment was to test the effect of different butters on the height of the cake. I wanted to see what kind of butter made the cake kind of slope down. Eventually, I got my results. The butter with the lowest butter fat actually made the cake raise higher, and the one with the most butter fat actually made it slope down a bit.
My name is Victoria Penaloza, and I am here at Matei Middle School. My hypothesis was that if I use alum, that alum will make the geodes grow faster. First, I had 3 classes, one with alum powder in the water, and one with borax in the water, and one with sugar. Then I rolled up pipe cleaners and put them in and waited for a few weeks and days until the crystals started to grow. The conclusion was that alum formed the fastest crystals and had like really shiny ones, and it was better. I think this is because alum contains like water molecules, sulfates, metals, and which most crystals normally contain.
I'm Ashton Alabi, and I'm on campus Matei Middle School. My hypothesis is if you add loam soil to your plants, they'll grow the highest in length. For my procedure, I got 3 pots and I filled them each with I filled the pots halfway, one with loam, one with peat, and one with clay. And then I put the seeds into the pots and I set them outside and I watered them every day for 4 weeks until I started seeing growth. My conclusion was that if the loam soil made my plants grow the highest because it has a good balance of silt, clay, and sand, and that the other soils weren't as good.
Hi, I'm Melanie Smith, and I'm from Southern Middle School. My hypothesis was that the aluminum cake pan would cook faster than the other cake pans. My conclusion was that the aluminum cake pan did cook the cake faster, so I accept my hypothesis. I was checking the cakes at halfway, at about 10 minutes. I poked it with a toothpick, but I poked it too hard and it kind of flopped a little in the middle. So next time I'll not do that as hard. I'll do it softer if I want to check it.
Okay, we'd like to recognize Abigail Vang. It's my pleasure to award you this. And I want to know if you
Abigail,
brought
would
any
you
of
come
those
up here?
cakes. I'd like to try some of those cakes out and just test them for taste testing.
And now I'd like to recognize Ashton Alabi.
I'd like to recognize Melanie Smith.
The district grand prize science fair winner in geology goes to Victoria Penaloza.
Thank you. We're so proud of you. Pardon? Now, we're going to have public comments, but it's okay if you came just for that ceremony to go ahead and exit if you so desire. So please don't think that you're being rude in doing so, because we expect that you have children to put to bed and so forth. So just know that we honor that. And thank you. The board will now entertain comments from visitors. Any person wishing to address the board during the period reserved for public comment at a board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with District Policy BED. We would like for you to announce your name and also the city in which you live. The board is authorized to make reasonable limitations and regulations governing public comment. As such, the board will allow 3 minutes for all speakers. If the number of participants exceed 10 speakers, then they will receive 2 minutes. The board will discuss agenda items later in the meeting during consideration. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest possible administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, The person may appeal the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. For further information on those policies, contact the administration office. Speakers during the public comment period are responsible for the words they speak during public comment and will be solely liable for any damages if it is later determined that the words spoken injures a person's reputation, exposes the person to public hatred, contempt, ridicule, or causes financial injury. Under Texas law, PISD is immune from any claims for defamation. And now we have 5 people that are coming forward to make public comment. I will announce you. You will come to the microphone and say what city you live in, and then you have 3 minutes in which to speak. Matab Jalal. And forgive me if I mispronounce your name.
You pronounced right. Thank you so much. Good evening for everyone here. It's my first time I'm here, and I'm so happy to share something with everyone is here. I'm sure most of you guys parents, and the time is so important for us. I study online, morning shift time with the kid. He's 3 years old, and I have a daughter. She's in first grade, and I work at night shift. I just called out because I have to stay here, and I'm gonna be late. So I'm here to discuss adding more option to the lunch, because sometimes it's really hard to me to prepare the food. Plus, like not only vegetarian, it's also adding halal food. We are, thanks, in a good community with many diverse from everywhere. And my daughter, she always just, when I told her, she said, "Where are you going?" I told her I'm going to discuss this with the people who are responsible about this. And she told me, "Please tell them about the pizza to bring from Pizza Hut, because the only option she can eat the pizza in the school, and the pizza is not good at all." And I could see, unfortunately, many kids, I go at least like 4 days a week for her lunch with my kid. Doesn't matter the weather, doesn't matter if I can drive or not, if my other kid can come with me or not. I have to go every day because to feed her. She's 6 years old, and if the day I cannot make it, she come by 4 o'clock home. She's so tired. She didn't eat good because she grabbed everything, and unfortunately she trashed everything except the milk. Like from her lunch start from 12:20. She drank only 1 milk because I couldn't make it and go to drop food for her. So I will ask everyone to get this one a consider for our kids. And thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
Phaedra Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Phaedra Cooper. I'm a resident of Princeton, Texas. As a mother of 3 boys that have all been in Princeton ISD since kindergarten. My youngest is in 7th grade at Southern Middle School. You're doing a great job, Mr. Locke. My oldest son, who graduated in 2022, is now a sophomore at Texas Tech, Rackham. And my other son will be graduating this year, 2024. Being that I've already had a son that graduated in this district, he was able to decorate his cap, and we were looking forward to continuing the tradition with my son that will be graduating this year. My oldest son, he came to me and he was interested in decorating his cap, and he wanted to do it in memory of his grandparents. When that happened, we looked at it as if it would be a great tradition for my 3 sons that will be following behind him. This is the cap that he decorated. Very appropriate. It was in memory of my parents and my husband's parents, and then that's me and my husband. There's a Princeton ISD label up top, and it has graduating class of 2022. Very school appropriate, right? So I come to you today respectfully requesting a reconsideration of the decision regarding seniors decorating their graduation caps. Allowing the students to express their individuality through cap decorations can enhance the celebratory spirit of the graduation ceremony and create lasting memories. This was a lasting memory. This is something that we come back and we look at, and I hope that my son will be able to do the same this year for 2024. And I also hope that my 7th grader will be able to do the same when it's time for him to graduate. I understand that there are some that may break the rules. We have that in just about everything we do. But I am confident that thoughtful, thought-out consideration for allowing our students to be able to express themselves is possible if you guys just come together and come up with a decision to reconsider having our kids decorate their caps. And that's all. Thank you.
Next speaker is Huma Khan.
Hello, my name is Huma Khan. I have been part of Princeton since 2020, and today I'm here to discuss about adding some options into the school meal plan. So the community is growing quite fast in the last couple of years, and there's so much cultural diversity within the city of Princeton only, as well as the whole of North DFW. So as per these diversities, the Princeton School Board should take this into consideration by adding more vegetarian, kosher, Mediterranean options into their lunch menu. Because not all families have time to make separate meals every day for their kids based on their specific dietary preferences. There are many families who prefer vegan or kosher meals for their kids. Not everyone in the community likes sweet meat every day. It would be helpful if the Princeton ISD find a way to come up with a meal plan which would accommodate everyone in the community. Having a mixed variety of food is highly encouraged for a growing kid every day. So I would appreciate it if the Princeton board agrees upon this request. Many families in the community would appreciate it and be thankful for this change in their children's school meals. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce this correctly. Sonia Yavich? Oh, it's my friend.
In the name of God, who is gracious and merciful. Good evening, everybody. My name is Samia Yamin, and I live in Princeton from 2020. So I have again request with dear Princeton ISD that I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for the support and accommodation provided to Muslim students during the fasting month of Ramadan. Last year, as a parent of a Muslim student, it was reassuring to see the efforts made by the school to ensure that our children's religious practice were respected and catered. It was really nice last year when I saw like how the board, principal, teachers, even PE coaches, how they help kids and their academic things are not like getting neglected. And I really appreciate it. I just wanted to request if, as we are forwarding toward March, by the mid of March, Ramadan is starting again. And I will appreciate if you guys can please accommodate the kids who are fasting, because they eat at the time of like before the sunrise, and then they have to eat after the sunset. So I will appreciate it. And yes, one more request which I wanted to make, that if we can please accommodate because now we are like increasing, and there are so many other people who are moving here, and they have some dietary restrictions because of the religion. It's not about only being Muslim. There are other religions as well who cannot eat meat and other stuff. I will appreciate, it's already practicing inside the DFW area that where there are like more diversity. So they gave the option of vegetarian meal to the kids. If we can work on that, that will be really, really nice and helpful for us. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. I am just Rauf mom. Thank you.
And our last speaker tonight will be Charlize Lee.
My name is Charlize Lee, and I live here in Princeton. I think it's awesome that we have so much diversity here in our city. It's clearly just getting more and more diverse every meeting we have. It's really cool. I would like to see that same respect that y'all give to everyone else in the community given to our LGBTQ kids. Our organization has been banned from renting the facilities for a rule that we really didn't break. There are two other organizations, two Christian churches, that are still using the facilities and breaking the current rule that they claim that we broke. And although I have put in complaints over and over for someone to acknowledge this in some way, my complaints have been ignored repeatedly. I did a Freedom of Information Act request for records to see if there was actually any complaints against our organization, and there was not. So I'm just trying to figure out why our organization has continuously been discriminated against. There's so much diversity out here. Y'all should really just respect everyone because we didn't do anything wrong. I don't want to see other people banned, but I think that y'all should treat everyone the same and stop playing favorites. Thanks.
I would like to provide some clarifications for some incorrect information that was just given. You were notified that your information was received and that it had been addressed, and we have looked at those other places, and they are in compliance with the rule.
And now we're going to jump down to item number 10. Because our auditor is here, so we're going to do the audit report now, please.
So at this time, I'd like to introduce Dan Ton from Hankins, Estep, Deaton, Ton, and Say. He is our auditor for this year, and he will be providing you with the audit report. You do have a copy at your place so that you can follow along.
Good evening. It's good to be with you tonight to talk about the audit. I think the audit went very well. The district is in very good financial condition. And we'll look at that as we go through the actual numbers. But in general, the audit went well. We were able to get all of the information that we needed, and appreciate the cooperation of the finance staff and helping us get this completed. I want to start out on page 5. Page 5 and 6 is our independent auditor's report. This is what's referred to as an unmodified report. That's the highest level of reporting that you can get for a governmental entity. The term unmodified simply refers to the fact that no modifications were necessary to the standard auditor's report that's published in our professional literature. So there were no findings, no compliance issues, no internal control issues. So it's an excellent report. The first section of the annual financial report is management's discussion and analysis on page 7. This is primarily a narrative portion of the report. It describes the different types of financial statements that are presented and goes into some other details. There are some financial highlights on page 7. You ended the year with about 20.4 million of net position. This measure of net position is what is on a government-wide basis. So all of your individual funds, like the general fund, the debt service fund, capital projects funds, for the government-wide, all of those are combined together. The government-wide includes capital assets and long-term debt, which are not included in the individual fund statements that we'll look at in just a minute. Your net position increased by 10.3 million. Your ending fund balance of the individual funds ended the year at 173 million, which was an increase of 51.9 million. Much of that was in the capital projects fund. You did issue about 95 million of new bonds for construction projects. Your general fund increased by 10 million, and the unassigned fund balance in the general fund is 30.2 million, which is about 40% of your expenditures. 40% is a very healthy number. Most financial analysts recommend between 3 and 6 months of operating expenses in your general fund, so you're well within that range. There is some comparative information on pages 9 and 10. The numbers on page 9 is your statement of net position, and as I just mentioned, you ended the year at about 20.4 million. The page 10 is the changes in net position, so this shows you your revenues and your expenses for the year. And as you might imagine, because of your rapid growth, both your revenues and expenses were significantly more than the year before. Revenues went up from 94.7 million to 120 million. Expenses went up from 88 million to 110 million. And the result of that is an increase in net position, as we said, of about 10.2 million. Some of the significant reasons for that, those changes, as you as the board well know, you're experiencing tremendous growth. Your average daily attendance increased by 896 students last year. Your property values increased by 40.7%. So that's resulting in more property tax collections and more state aid. Many districts, their state aid goes down because their property taxes go up so much, but you had so many new students, even with 40% property growth, you still had an increase in state aid, so it's a positive result. The actual financial statements start on page 14 and 15. Again, the first two are the government-wide statements. I'm not going to go into those. We already looked at those numbers. Starting on page 16 are the individual fund financial statements. This is really most analysts' focus is on the individual funds. As I said, you ended the year at 34 million in the general fund, about 6.3 million in the debt service fund, and 115 million in the capital projects fund. And that 115 million is strictly proceeds from bond sales that are still on hand to fund construction projects, new schools, and things of that nature. The increases in those funds is shown on page 20 and 21. Again, your fund balance went up, your general fund balance went up about 10 million. Your debt service fund went up slightly, 653,000, and your capital projects increased 38 million, primarily because of the bond sale that occurred last year. You have 15 million in local capital projects funds. Those are funds that have been transferred from the general fund to cover significant construction projects outside of your bond referendums. So there's quite a few footnotes to the financials. I'm not going to go through those unless you have questions. There's a lot of information that describes things that are in the financial statements. Page 40 and 41 shows your capital assets and long-term debt. Your capital assets went up a little over 50 million, so that's an indication of the construction activity within the district. The long-term debt schedule does show the new bonds that were issued, and at the bottom of the page shows your future debt service requirements. Just a couple of more things I want to point out. If you look at page 80 and 81, this is a schedule of delinquent taxes. It shows the first two columns show your tax rate, which was lower than the year before. It shows the increase in the taxable value in column 3. As I mentioned, it went up about 40%. And then the second page shows the uncollected taxes at the end of the year. Your uncollected taxes went up very slightly, less than 100,000, and that's on a levy of 44 million. So the levy went up, so you would expect your uncollected taxes to go up. Your collection percentage was right at 99%, which is a very high collection percentage for school district. And that's really indicative of the fact that you're very a newer community with a lot of new housing, and most people escrow their taxes. So it really helps your collection percentage. The last thing I'm going to cover is the federal awards section, which starts on page 85. There's 2 additional auditors' reports. One covers your grant programs in general. Under government auditing standards, we have to do certain procedures related to your grants, and those are covered. And then the second report is on what are called major federal programs. Each year we select certain programs to audit a little bit more specifically than grant programs in general. On page 91, you can see that child nutrition was a major program, and your ESSER funds were a major program, as well as impact aid. Again, both of those reports are unmodified. There's no findings, there's no compliance issues. You fully complied with the grants. And that's all I've got. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody have any questions? I motion to accept the audit report. Is there a second? Sean seconds. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so very much, sir, for your hard work.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, I was just passing it down. Yeah. Pass it down, please. Thank you. That was a lot of work. Well done.
It was a lot of work on our part and the staff's part.
They're wonderful. Thank you. Now we'll go to information items and reports number 6 on our agenda. First, the construction update.
Good evening. Start with Green Elementary School. You see the overall shot there shows all the site. The paving is incomplete. The is complete, sorry. The exterior facades, the brick is complete. They're working on the stucco ephes areas. Inside the gym, the storm shelter is complete. As far as the walls are all up, they still got final trim out to do, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And then the bottom picture is the classroom wing on the second floor. Second floor is further behind than the first floor, but they're still tracking for completion this spring. Any questions on Green? James Elementary, very similar to the one we just looked at, except for the safe room. Again, the masonry is complete on the exterior. They're working on the exterior storefronts and the ephes. Interior-wise, a little bit further behind where Green is at, but they, again, are expecting to finish up in the springtime as well. Middle picture is the main staircase there with the media center behind. And then the bottom picture is the stage area. Any questions? James? Oh, Love Lady High School edition. Nearing completion here again for spring completion, and they'll move in, occupy this space in the fall. Overall picture there, the masonry is complete. There is a little bit of ephes work that they're working on. The rooftop units are on. They're not all fired up yet. Interior-wise, they've got one-sided of sheetrock. You can see the corridor side is still open. And then the bottom picture is the culinary arts classroom that we added right at the end, or right at the beginning, whichever way we want to look at it.
Perfect timing. What are you talking about?
Any questions on Love Lady High School edition? And the last page is Perkins Early Childhood Center. Aerial photo here showing the piers are complete. Grade beams are not quite complete, but they're getting there. Middle picture is of one of the grade beams. They are preparing under slab utilities, plumbing, electrical, as you can see there. And then the bottom picture is getting ready for some paving. I'm not sure they were able to get that in before the rains came this last week. So again, on time, no delays, significant delays on this project yet either. So any questions? Perkins, early childhood?
On these, the weather doesn't affect it, or the cold is not going to affect the...
It does for at this stage of the project. The three other projects, it does not. The rain is really what hurts them. The cold, they can still be out there, okay. but it's the rain and wet conditions that really could drive possible delays. But at this point, we're okay. They've got rain or weather days built into their schedule. So.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
We're so excited. Next is the curriculum update.
He's much taller than me, so. All right, guys. So we just want to talk a little bit first about what's happening in the district. So as you guys have your board packet, you can see that we completed second 9 weeks testing, and we'll delve into that in just a little bit. Also, this week at the high school, we are starting our practice STAR test with English 1 and English 2, and then elementaries, middle schools, and the rest of the high school subjects, they will complete those into February, early March as well. So about the end of our third 9 weeks is what we're in now. Also, pre-K through second grade is completing their middle of the year reading and math testing. They will complete that by the end of this month, and so we'll be able to bring those reports to you. We're excited. We've already seen some big growth already from beginning of the year because of our phonics program, so we're really excited to see where they're at middle of the year as well. And then also lastly, we are in a proclamation for science curriculum for next year, and so Mr. Gunnels and myself and then our instructional coaches have already met with several approved vendors to have them showcase their products to us. We have narrowed it down to 2 finalists, and so we're getting ready to pick those members in that textbook committee. We are going to be bringing in teachers, administrators, and we're going to also make sure to bring in parents this year as well into that textbook committee, and so that selection process should be happening soon. So we'll be bringing that to you in the spring as well when we're ready to adopt that curriculum. Okay, so moving into second 9 weeks testing data.
we kind of just broke this up into some quick grows and then some glow areas. So looking at some grow areas, places that we can see that we have concerns that we're already got some boots on the ground and some plans in effect. Social studies at all levels, not just our tested level in secondary, but at all levels, that is still a concern area for us. So we're really digging into that curriculum and those tests and meeting with those teachers and those instructional coaches to make sure that we're really improving in those grade levels in those areas. Also with language arts, we know writing came in last year with STAR 2.0. Those SCRs, or short constructed responses, and ECRs was the big one, your extended constructed response, and that starts in 3rd grade all the way through. And so we are still seeing some struggle areas with writing. And so our instructional coaches really got with all of our teachers, and they set up individual growth goals for every single student, and they are making sure that those teachers are doing individual writing conferences with every one of those students so they can know these are some great areas where you've done a good job, and here are some great ways to improve. And so we're trying to make sure that we're doing a really good job focusing on those writing skills and also incorporating writing into all of our other subject areas. Our language arts coaches have worked with our other instructional coaches on how they can get some more lessons and activities into all of our content areas so that we're spiraling that writing throughout in every subject area. And lastly, a growth area is working in upper and lower level non-STAR tested subjects, making sure that even though it's not a STAR test, we still want to push our kiddos to be as successful as possible and really grow them into those meets and masters areas. And so we're working in those areas as well. Glow areas, which are always fun. We like to share about these. We're seeing some really, really outstanding results in 2nd grade as a district across the board in all subject areas. We think that this has a lot to do with really putting that phonics program in place, and really the teachers are really digging into it this year. So we're seeing lots of great reading and math growth, as long as everywhere is growing, but reading and math is showing great results, and so we're very excited to see that. Also, in elementary this year, we moved to the inclusion model, and across the board, our special education is showing a huge increase in scores when we look at their average test score, because it is a little hard moving from 6 weeks last year to 9 weeks this year to kind of compare those two tests. And so we're looking at just their overall average score, and in some areas we're seeing double-digit growth from last semester in the 22-23 year to this semester. And so special education is making a real jump, and we appreciate you guys for approving those staff changes so that we could move to that inclusion model, because it's making a really big difference. And finally, Mr. Gunnels and I have met individually with all instructional coaches, all principals, and now I know they've met with all of their teachers, and we're really making a push to make individual growth goals with teachers and with all of their students, and they're documenting those growth plans that we're all shared in, and so we can really just keep in step and make sure everybody's on the same page and that everybody's there to help out with those students' growth so that they can be successful. Any questions?
I love the growth. Thank you.
Yes, that's what we're looking for.
Next, the enrollment update.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I thought Dwayne had something. Go ahead.
Do you feel that you need anything else in order to help in the areas that you're not growing in or that you're struggling with, the first 3 areas, I think?
No, I don't think that not necessarily resources or anything from you guys. We are reaching out and really, I know Casey and I are both attending at least 2 or 3 different Region 10 classes, and some of our principals are as well, on curriculum and recognizing gaps and things with accountability and how to work with test data. So I think those are some great resources, but if there is anything, I know that you guys are always there to help. We will absolutely reach out and let you know.
Thank you, and I'm really happy to know about the phonics courses that we picked up on. I remember that was 2 years ago when we struck out on that, and it's good to see those results. I'm hoping that'll really show.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hey,
go ahead.
Rachel, real quick.
So for the writing part of it, I know you said that they're starting to work on that. What grade are they starting at, like focusing on the writing piece with them?
Well, we're focusing on writing all the way through pre-K starts in kindergarten, but we are really putting a focus on it in second grade. We even actually started it a bit earlier this year in second and third grade. Second grade actually did a short constructed response in their last 9 weeks test, really trying to work on them getting used to putting those ideas down, pencil to paper, and being able to cite that evidence. So we did start it much earlier this year.
Would you say that we've done 2 9 weeks tests as of now, would you say that we have pretty good data to actually measure how the kids are doing so that we can get reports showing how they may score on the STAR test?
I will say that I think that can be a little bit difficult just because STAR did just change. And so we don't have another STAR test to compare it to. I do think that once we take this practice STAR test in the third 9 weeks, since it's a release STAR, that will be a better comparison to how they would do on a normal STAR test. I can tell you, looking at our test, we have upped the rigor of the test now that we've gotten to see what STAR 2.0 looks like, using a lot more of those new question types, trying to give our teachers and students a lot more practice on that. And I can say I really think that our tests are a little more rigorous, and our kids are performing at or above where they were at last year, which I think is a good sign. But I don't want to be premature and tell you that, but just because that's not an exact comparison, so I think Practice STAR is going to be a much better look.
When is the STAR test going to be taken, the practice one?
Practice STAR is going to be the end of February and early March. They take it in windows just like they would the real STAR, which is going to be in April.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, our enrollment update.
So we're going to kind of bless this one quick because we do have the demographer later that's going to give a lot of good information, and I forgot to turn my mic on, sorry. So we actually have 2 months to show here. So from November to January, so here's our month-to-month update. So elementary students, we did see that jump in students coming back in January from other districts. So we were up 65 kids at the elementary school level. Middle school, not quite as big with only 16, and we actually saw a decrease at the high school level, which is pretty common. You know, students that are in high school level that are competing in extracurriculars and those things don't tend to move at semester as much as elementary school students do. So there's the growth from November through till January. Looking year to year, that puts us up that 792, so we're still hovering around that 800 students per year growth that we've been talking about. We've seen that little bit of a slowdown from previous years. But still continuing to grow at all levels. And then finally, this is real good news for us. You'll see we finally have exceeded our projections, which is what we've talked to you about all year long. Is the first semester we're typically below those projection numbers, and then come in second semester if we can stay above those projection numbers. That means we've done a pretty good job of guessing what those numbers are and using those to fund our financials. Any questions?
Next, our security update.
You have that in your packet for your review.
Are there any questions? Now we have our TEA security audit.
So TEA is still performing the intruder audits that we've been telling you about. We actually had 2 schools get audited in December. We had Harper Elementary and Smith Elementary, who both received perfect scores and no findings. And then in January, Low Elementary and Southern Middle School had their surprise audits, and they both passed those with perfect scores as well. So very happy. Our staff are doing an amazing job at following our protocols and doing what we're supposed to do.
Thank you. Our Collins Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
So last month, in November, you cast your votes, and then I included in your packet there, you'll see both of the individuals that we cast votes for were both reelected, Ronald Kelly and Brian Mancy. So both of the people that we cast votes for were reelected to that board.
We did good. And board appreciation.
So just as a appreciation for all your hard work, the campuses have made you some nice little goodie baskets and things around. And so just a token of our appreciation, a lot of the schools making some of the signs that you see around in decorations. And if the audience would please just join me in giving them a hand for all the time they donate to the school district.
Is this not precious? I love it, and all the things. On behalf of all of the Board of Trustees, I just want to thank all of you so much and let you know that we are so humbled to be able to serve you in this way. And we love you guys. We have such a great team. We appreciate you. We have great students and we have great parents. So thank you for allowing us to do this for you. There are
Well, there's videos on these cards.
that's what I was about to tell you. There's videos on these cards, y'all, so you just need to get your phones to take a picture of them, if I can open that up. See? And so before you leave, make sure and get a picture of this so you can do it, because I think it's kind of cumbersome to pass around, so if you'll just bring your phones over, that would be great. Thanks. Number 7 on our agenda is consent agenda. We're going to approve the minutes of the previous meetings, financial statements, hiring of personnel, purchase orders over $50,000. Does any trustee have an item they want pulled for separate consideration? Then may I have a motion on the consent agenda, please?
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Carlos. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a double second.
It's all yours.
Starla seconded. And all in favor, please raise your hand to signify. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
At this time, Cindy, if the board would indulge us, Mr. Gunnels and Ms. Nix would like to introduce a few people.
All right, we're excited to introduce some new members to our Princeton ISD family. I'm going to start with the new principal at James Elementary, Mr. Vince Vendito. If you would please stand. Mr. Vendito, yes, big round of applause. Mr. Vendito has been in education for 22 years. He taught at the elementary level for 10 years, was a curriculum and instructional coach at Wiley ISD for 5 years, and then he is currently in his 7th year as an administrator in Richardson ISD. He made sure to tell me I have to mention he is married to his beautiful wife and has 6 beautiful daughters, and so we are so glad to have him and his family join us and for him to lead James Elementary next year. And Miss LaShawn Gales, if you would please stand. We're bringing in lots of experience. So LaShawn has 23 years in education. She's worked in Dallas, Plano, and is currently in Frisco ISD. This is her 16th year as an administrator there in Frisco. And so she is going to be leading Green Elementary, and she's got family and friends here as well. And now she's joining our family, and we're very excited to have her.
And with Mr. Sadler accepting the superintendent position mid-year, that's necessitated some staff changes internally here. And so even though he is no stranger to most of us, I would like to introduce Mr. Rich Boring. He's 21 years of experience in education, 17 years of that have been with Princeton ISD. He was a chemistry teacher and baseball coach at the high school, then served as the assistant principal there. Then became the principal at Huddleston Middle School, and then opened Southard Middle School, and he's been there since the opening. And he has now been moved to the high school, where he is still serving as our most tenured principal. And I would also like to introduce Mr. Maurice Locke. There you go. Mr. Locke has 19 years of experience in education. 9 of those years have been with Princeton ISD. He was a teacher and head volleyball coach at Princeton High School. He would not tell me whether or not he beat any of Mr. McIntyre's records while serving in that capacity, so he's a very smart man. He's served for 2 years as the assistant principal at Southern Middle School, and he has now been named the principal of Southern Middle School.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Clayton Carity. He will be serving as the assistant principal at Southern Middle School. He brings with him 20 years of education experience, special education and education administration. He is currently serving as the assistant principal at Hamilton Elementary and Princeton ISD. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Brittany Neal. Ms. Neal currently serving at Southern.
This is the last, you can use her mic if you like. You can cheat a little bit.
Ms. Brittany Neal as assistant principal at Lovelady High School. Ms. Neal has over 10 years experience as a middle school science teacher and chair sponsor, and she's currently at Southern Middle School. I'm very excited to have her on board.
We appreciate all of you choosing Princeton. We're so grateful to have you here. I have to say that I served as a teacher under Mr. Boring, and out of 20 years of teaching, he was one of the finest principals I ever had. So I know that the rest of you are just as great, and we're excited to have you. Thank you. Now, again, if you have family and you'd like to leave at this time, please feel free. We'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. She's waiting. So I think I'm going to jump to her. It's going to be short. Okay, so where are we at demographer? Thank you. Now, with your permission, we're going to jump to number 12, the library materials update, because we have somebody here that I'd like to introduce to you. I'd like to introduce the Honorable Candy Noble, Texas House Representative for District 89.
Thank you for having me here. Man, I have so enjoyed your board meeting tonight. Thank you for letting me come. I'm so grateful for that. By way of background on what we're going to talk about tonight, it came to our attention around the state that we had some books and materials in our school libraries that were alarmingly sexually graphic. And today I'm going to give you about a 30,000-foot view of House Bill 900 that was proposed to address this situation and where we are today. So there were two parts to House Bill 900, and one was a rating system by our publishers, because many districts were getting books in bulk and not really knowing what they were getting in that bulk of books. And unlike our movies or our games that the kids play, there is no rating system for books and for what the content was. So we wanted and asked for the publishers and those that distribute books to our school districts to start a rating system, much like we have for movies or games. And I wish I could say that was going to go into effect, but they fought it, and it did fail at both the district level and at the Fifth Court of Appeals. And so I don't know if it's going to end up at the Supreme Court or not. That is the next stop. But I think as the state of Texas and as school districts, you have things that you put into play when you want a road paved. You want certain standards in those roads, and I think that we should have certain standards in the books that come into our school districts. And so I'm hoping that we can get somewhere. And actually, I would kind of hope that our book distributors would want that they would start doing it going forward voluntarily, and so that we can have books that are appropriate and not explicit in our libraries. We did have a part of the bill, though, that did stand, and it is absolutely already in play, and that is it's called the standards developing a standard by which the books should be included in our libraries, and this standard is already done. It was written by the Texas State Library and Archives Commission, and it was approved also by our State Board of Education, and it went out for public, it was posted and went through public testimony and all of that, and it is now in place. And so those standards include what sort of books we should have, books that enrich and support the TEKS in our curriculum, encourage reading and high-level thinking skill and other educationally enhancing materials. And isn't that what we want? That's really what we all want. It specifically excludes, I'm going to give you some language that is court case language. It specifically excludes possession, acquisition, and purchase of harmful and sexually explicit, pervasively vulgar, and educationally unsuitable materials from vendors for our schools. And so it did go into the weeds a little bit, but it is exactly where we needed to be to cover y'all as you consider what needs to be in your libraries. I'm guessing y'all already have a school library collection development policy. If you don't, there's a model one that I sent Madam President, and so if you don't already have one, I would encourage you to develop one so that that you can have input from your libraries and from your teachers and from your parents as to what is in your libraries and what's going to be there going forward. I want to thank you guys for wanting, as I do, and as I'm sure all our parents do, the best quality and the most appropriate materials available in our school libraries. I'm really, really proud of the work that y'all do. I'm so, like the sign says, grateful for you and for the work that you do, and I am so proud to represent Princeton ISD in the Texas House. Thank you, guys.
Our representative, Candy Noble. Thank you for coming and sharing that with us. Now we are going to go to number 8, the demographer presentation.
So at this time, we have a representative from Zonda, our demographic team, that is going to give us an update on where we stand. You may remember that we decided to start having these updates annually because the growth we were having was so quick that we needed to make sure we were keeping up and planning ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Rocky Gardner with Zonda Education. I'm the advisor on this project and worked with our research analyst. The data collected for this was through the third quarter, although I got a little peek at the fourth quarter. So this is through September of this year, which is when we make our projections. So is this what I should use,
Correct.
right?
The big button.
The big. Good. So there we go. So we're going to start with just talking about where we are or where we were when we started. 8691, what was the enrollment number we were using at the time, and this would have been around the October snapshot date. Our enrollment projections are basically snapshot to snapshot. That's what our history is, so we use that snapshot date. So we're about 83 students under that number, within about 1%, which is our target. And like we saw a little bit earlier, we've caught up to that now, and there's always a little bit of a delay, but this is kind of where we want to be, right in this window here. And you can see that the decimals, the stuff you see at the bottom is basically a growth cohort. So how many first graders become second graders. So you can see that they're all above 1. And so think of that as a 6% growth at second grade, 10% growth at third grade. So strong growth throughout the district. And we're seeing that at all grade levels, actually. If we look at the local economy, everyone knows things have been kind of buzzing right along. This chart has looked like this ever since we bounced back from COVID. Below 5% is considered full employment. So when you see that those numbers down there in the 3s, that's a good sign. It can be a challenge sometimes for people that are coming to the area and they're trying to hire people. When they see that low unemployment rate, it may tick up a little bit, but we're really pretty strong right now. The housing market in Dallas-Fort Worth is the strongest housing market in the U.S. We're trending back toward over 50,000 starts. So you can see where that gap between the purple and the blue. The purple are starts and the blue are closings. So we're trending. We were starting well over 50,000 homes. Then interest rates went up, things changed, and things began to slow down. So therefore, they slowed down on starts. They dropped off quickly. They worked off inventory. They converged about 3 quarters ago, and now we're beginning to see starts head back up towards those closings. As you'll see from some numbers coming up, that this is very much the case right now. This is not a weather map, although it did rain coming out here, but that red stuff is actually housing. So that's where your hottest housing markets are. And you can see where that trend is all along the 380 corridor coming out this way. You know, you cut across from Prosper to across to McKinney Community, down Forney, Northwest. And if you can see here in this next chart, if you look at a ranking report, Princeton is closing more homes than all but 3 school districts in the area. Almost 2,600 closings in a trailing 12 months, and 1,243 in inventory. That means those are homes under construction. You've got VDL for 3,000, so you've got plenty of vacant lots right now to continue this pace, even if they don't deliver those 12,000 lots. But believe me, they're delivering them right now. So starts are at 2,300. So you can see Princeton's right. I think I saw something today where Princeton, during the 4th quarter, moved up to number 3, have moved up that ranking chart with the 4th quarter data. You know, we started 800 homes right there in the 3rd quarter. That's a gigantic start. That's more homes than we've ever started. We started just under 800 in the 4th quarter. I'll give you a little tip on that. Your closings are very similar. That's a record number of closings. You're going to finish the year with probably 2,500 closings for the school, not for the school year, but for the calendar year. We count the school year as kind of like 3rd quarter through 1st quarter. So this 3rd quarter number and the 4th quarter number are what begins to trend towards our projections for next year. Strong growth. You can see this, but this chart has a lot of numbers on it. It basically breaks it by attendance zones. It includes your new attendance zones of Green and James. Where you see color is where you have activity. That's the bottom line with this. The one thing I'll mention too is that inventory number, that 1,243. That's homes that are under construction plus homes that are finished but vacant. So that difference, that 231, quick math, not quite that. 231 homes were finished but vacant at the end of the 3rd quarter. Chances are many of those have closed now during the 4th quarter. Just wanted to share that with you. Where's the growth? It's everywhere. So these areas that you see in green and yellow are areas where we know about new home activity. The green areas are where we have active home building happening right now. The yellow is where we're going to have home building, that they don't have home building yet. The red outlines are really important. 5,100 lots within 12 developments where they're developing more vacant developed lots. So you see that move from the 12,000 to the 3,000. That's where it's happening. They're developing lots in the yellow futures, but also future phases of some of the areas that you see that they're in green. And I got a few pictures here. I don't have all of them in pictures. I did find some new aerials like in January. They were taken just this month. So this is kind of fun. Well, it's fun for a demographer. I'm not sure. To see these changes, you know, you begin to see these pictures, that Arbor Trails, you can see there at the very bottom of this photo here where that was just 9 months ago. So I'll tell you that too. That was March of 23. So March of 23 to January of 24, you can see how quickly things are changing. Student yield, that 0.309, when you see that, that's the number of students per home. So a simple way to look at that is that 3 students for every 10 homes. I know a lot of you might think that's kind of low. What's happening is I think you have a bunch of real little ones, right? And those yields are going to increase over time. But we're seeing that throughout. Now we got some futures. The Frontier Point, you can see again, 9 months ago, it was nothing. Then you can see that they had their stock ponds there. You can see the roads being cut in January. D.R. Horton builds homes pretty quick, so once they get those roads down, it'll go. Ranger Crossing, Tillage Farms, a couple of other ones that you can just see all the homes on the ground that weren't there 9 months ago. D.R. Horton, again, a 0.3 yield, a 0.42 yield. You can see that, you know, that number, but that 0.42 is with just 54 homes occupied the 3rd quarter. So that's you're gonna see that continue to pace. Ashford Crossing, Winchester Crossing, the Pulte homes, D.R. Horton again. Again, if you look at that January era, the roads are in, they're ready for home building. Winmore, you can see 1,550 future lots, and you can see there, this also includes 221 single-family rentals. You're going to see that quite a bit. That's the new trend going on now in Texas and in the U.S. that they're building, and we categorize them as apartments because it's basically 4 rent units on one property. So they have one property with a bunch of homes being built on it, then they're for rent. It's kind of a new trend. It's come out over the last, I think every district I'm working with right now has at least some of these. Now you guys have a significant number. What that means is you're probably going to see some families that can't afford because of interest rates, down payments, move into these homes, and you might see some pretty strong yields. This here is another one that's got the Vivera Princeton, again, single-family rental units, and Sicily there, where they're going to also have 1,500 multifamily units. And you can see that the trend there, where they're going to be building homes soon. The roads are there in January. And East Ridge, South Ridge, they like to do 150 to 200 homes per year. Groundwork starting there in East Ridge. And if you look on that map there, that not only is it starting, they do have some home building going on now. With that, I'll transition to multifamily. This multifamily chart that you see here is for the DFW area. You can see that multifamily occupancy rates have dropped by about 3%. 90 or higher is where they want to be, obviously. But what's really sound about this is this 89%, it held up even though the change has been 32,000 units and 3,700. So that we're adding so many units that you're going to see a little bit, but staying right at 90% is pretty impressive. So there's still definitely a need for apartment units, and this does not include the single family for rent product either. But we do have, you can see here that we've got 1,400 multifamily units under construction right now, 4,300 future multifamily units. Those are kind of the greenish color ones there. And we got units, and 450 units have been completed in the last 12 months. And that's really a big thing to keep an eye out here in Princeton, because there's a lot of apartment units that are going to be coming online. Some of them are going to, they're going to see some pretty high yields, and some of them are not going to be as high just because the product being built is now over 50% one bedroom. We're seeing most of that, so it'll be a little bit lower yielding. But Oxford at Princeton, you can see their units are, they got their first few units done there. Those are single family. Look how close they are. Those are going to build pretty quick. These are the Princeton Luxury and Whitwig Flats. The luxury units, you can see a few buildings there at the bottom. I think that they're ready to get going, and I think the residents are starting to move in the Whitewig Flats. Those, I think, will be fairly low yielding. I don't think you're going to see a lot of students there, unless you see the transitional ones, because sometimes we have families that will move in an apartment while a home is finishing. We could see some of that. And this is the yield slide. So the colors here, the green color are the lowest yields, or the least amount of students per household, and the red are the highest yield. That red one at the very top, keep in mind that we also include a mobile home park or manufactured housing area as as multifamily, because again, it's multiple units on one tract of land, like an apartment, and they typically have very high yields. So 0.30 overall for the district. This is just your distribution and density. These are just where all your kiddos are. About 1.5% of the total population lives outside the district. Probably more than likely just the teachers or employees, students. 6,500 students, about, the Princeton city limits, 707 students that are in the ETJ at Princeton. So dense, you can see where the density is. That's the same map that I had with my active subdivisions. And this is a TEA transfer report from last year. So this is just from the 22-23 year. This shows the students that, at the top part of that are students that live outside of Princeton ISD but transfer here for school. And then a lot of those are probably some of those teacher students that we've talked about. The transfers out, of course, are students that live in Princeton ISD but go to another school district. Now, we don't track private schools or home schools, so this would be either charters or other public schools. Majority of those are charters. You see that Hallsville is in East Texas, but it's a virtual campus that's been there even pre-COVID. They saw a pretty good pickup. That's just a virtual campus. And you see you've got a couple charters there, and then of course McKinney and Frisco Farmsville have a few students. But you can see that number 211, you can see how much it's dropped off in recent years. So you guys are definitely retaining students. So with that, we get to our start talking forecast. This is a kindergarten enrollment. This is where I like to start because it's also the hardest, so I try to get through the hard one first. There's not a lot of history for kindergarten, right? Because we don't always know. One thing we can look at is births by zip code. But I can guarantee you that most of your kindergarten students probably weren't born in a Princeton zip code. And that's why you see a number that's 1.885, 1.97, because that's what we would say your capture rate is. So you're seeing so many of those students were born outside of Princeton, that number's way above 1. And we see that staying right there. Even as the births are obviously going to increase, even though birth rates have decreased in Texas overall, the births in Princeton have increased. But those capture rates are going to stay very solid. That, you know, getting to 1,000 kindergarten students within about 4 years is really reasonable, I think. So this is what I'm forecasting. I'm forecasting 9,528 student growth next year, another 837 students. You know, we're going to be at 1,000 to 1,200 students within 5 years. It could be 6 years, could be 4 years, and I think a lot of that is going to be these yields increasing. So this is, you know, right now with 2,000 homes to 2,500 homes being built, that yield of a 0.3 might seem kind of small, but some of this growth that we've built in there is because those yields are going to increase when all these little ones are now going to move in, and we're going to see some stronger growth. So we're forecasting about 13,600 students within the next 5 years, and I think you'll be pushing 20,000 students in 10 years. Now we've got campus level projections that include Greene and James that we've populated those for this year. You can see the strong growth there, about 500 students a year. I mean, think of a 750 student elementary school, so you're adding that almost every year for the foreseeable future. I don't want to scare anybody, but that's kind of that's kind of how it's going to look. And so, yeah, we're looking at 1,000 students. You can begin to see some stress points in there, but I know that the district's got a pretty good game plan going on. So with that, again, 879 students this fall. And we've got a strong third quarter, and the strongest fourth quarter. Well, actually, your third quarter starts are going to end up being higher than fourth quarter, but that was a record third quarter start. You know, that was a big number. 2,000 to 2,500 new homes annually for the foreseeable future. And like I said, I think you'll be near 20,000 students within 10 years. With that, I'd love to talk, or if you want to talk.
I was curious what your target, like acceptable target rate for you guys is, and was this demography report easier with the population change that we've gotten, or was the prior one easier to deal with? Which one are you more confident in?
I'm not sure what you mean by prior one. The one we did like last year? Well, I think last year's, I think what we've seen is we've come out of, you know, the last regular year, I believe, was 2019, before the last 2 years. So I think these 2 years are now showing us a trend. I think the two before that, those middle two, we kind of have to throw out a little bit. So this was a little bit harder because we were trying to open 2 campuses at the same time, so trying to really understand that distribution for me was a little bit of a challenge. I'm hoping, but when you're growing this fast, it's not going to get easier until we see those yields begin to level off. And really, you're so new with those low yields. I think some of those neighbors are going to climb to like that are 0.3, could be at 0.5 within about 3 years. So that's kind of what we're trying to watch as we project the housing. We're also trying to project some increased yields as well. But our target is always within 1% overall district, and then we try to get those individual grades. We'd like to be within 5%. That's kind of our targets going forward. So that's kind of what we hit. We barely hit it there, and I like to actually be low if I can, because I think, well, that's not, and you might not agree with this too, but in previous markets, being low was better for us, because then we're not having to, you don't hire more teachers than you need. But the challenge of being low now is that there's such a teacher shortage. If you don't get them now, I realize having to hire them in September, October is not a fun thing. So hope they stay pretty tight.
Fun.
Did this change a lot from the last one you did as far as projection, 10-year projection?
I don't believe it was a large change. I'm not, do you remember, Phil?
Overall was, we saw
Later.
between campuses a little.
Yeah, we saw some swings there. I didn't actually do the last one, so I had to go back and do some research on it, but talk to my colleague. But I think there were a few campuses that kind of had some numbers shift. Our research team tries to forecast housing the same way that we forecast, students. So I look at their housing forecast that our research team does, and then I build off that, and that's shifted a little bit. And next year, I think it's going to, could even see a little more of an increase. We tried to get too far ahead of it because frankly, when you're growing this fast, beyond 3 years, it really gets messy. You know, it just gets kind of like that 8 ball is harder to read.
Are there any more questions? I would accept a motion to accept the demographer's report. Charlie made a motion to accept the demographer's report. Is there a second? John seconds. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. Pardon?
How about just a hand, not the right hand? If you're
Just
right.
a hand, any hand. Okay. You're so funny. Number 9 is elementary and middle school attendance zone adjustments.
We're going to have Mr. Anthony come up and present some information at this time.
Okay, this is going to kind of address some of your questions there, Dwayne, about where our overall number has been very spot on for the past couple of years from Zonda demographics. I think holistically, as you get this big, percentage-wise, things kind of fall more in line. The smaller you get, the easier it is to be off a little bit. And because of that, this is his projection, and particularly Godwin Elementary in this year's projection has a much bigger number going forward than it did in last year's projection. And so that's giving us a little bit of capacity problems. So right there you see, that's just a zoom in on part of that. Godwin Elementary there holds about 700, but you see by 25-26, they're supposed to be at 761 students. Our next elementary opens in 26-27. So I'm just really zoomed in on these two because we have to be sure that our current zoning will handle kids through the 25-26 school year. The following year, both an elementary and middle school will open. So through a rezoning process, we'll have an opportunity to readdress anything at that time. So that 761 is what's given us some heartburn. So we had Rocky and his team looked at rezoning a portion out of Godwin starting next year to Lacey Elementary. They're right next to each other, and Lacey has the capacity there. And so this is what the zoning currently looks like, and we're talking about that portion right there. Sorry. So that portion right there is at the corner of 982 and 380 is where we're looking there, right just south of 380. And if we rezone that portion and take that portion out of Godwin and place it into Lacey, that also takes that same portion for middle schools, because we have true feeder zones, and takes that same portion and takes it out of Clark and puts it into Southern. Now that on middle schools, the zoning looks pretty good. On middle schools, you get a low elementary feeding Clark is kind of an island out there, feeding into Godwin. But we believe that keeping the true feeder zones so that a kid that starts with that class, they don't split and go someplace different than all the other kids in their class. And again, we'll look at the numbers there. Southern Middle School has the capacity to handle what's projected in those. So if we do that rezoning, Godwin Elementary now would drop to 500 students next year and 608 the following year. So you notice their total capacity with the portables are over there would be 700. So Godwin would handle that. Lacey, that has a capacity of 750, would then be at 701. And so that shift could be handled for those 2 years and not have to move those kids twice, once with the rezoning this year and once with the rezoning next year if we had to do that. Also, we want to look at how that would look at those middle schools. And so if you look at the middle schools there, Clark, with that shift, would have a total of 620 students in 2 years, well under their 700 capacity, and that would still leave Southern Middle School with about 100 students under their capacity. So it looks like that would be a small change that we would need to notify all the students residing in there that would allow that rezoning to take place.
And Phil, you mentioned that the elementary school, next elementary school opening that next year, also that we have a middle school opening that same year.
Right. The same thing's true here, that we're trying to get those middle schools through the 25-26 school year, because the following year, a middle school opens also, and so it would be a whole new rezoning process at that time. Then going back to the numbers, this was a problem that we had to address last year when we got the numbers. We had to move some students out of Mayfield, and we did it with a programming move with our bilingual program shifting to Harper. Well, now as that program and everything continues to grow rapidly in Harper, we're looking at Harper next year projected 725, which would require us to add portables at Harper to get to that number. And the following year at 799, which even with portables is a number that we cannot accommodate. So our recommended solution here would be to move those bilingual services to James Elementary, that will have the capacity to serve both the Harper and James zones in bilingual, and the Mayfield Elementary students to move back to their home campus. If we do that programming move, these are now the projected numbers on those campuses. Harper within 2 years is still at 588, so well under the number that they're currently at this year. James Elementary at 550 and Low Elementary at 631. I'm sorry, Mayfield Elementary at 631, all under their capacity numbers. And so those are just things that we're looking at to try to shift a few students to make sure that we keep all students on every campus under their total capacity. And I'd entertain any questions.
And Dwayne, I just think this goes to the question you asked a while ago, you know, how accurate was the last demographic study compared to this one and what actually happened? Again, overall total numbers, you saw we were within 17 kids in the district of our overall numbers. The problem were they landed at the wrong spots. And so we do our best to guess and put those where they belong, but as we continue to move forward, we have to address the areas where the kids moved into this zone instead of that zone. And so that's what I believe we have to do. Unfortunately, it does mean that that group in the middle is getting relocated from a different school from what they had thought was coming next year. And we will entertain some transfers and stuff as we can, just like we always have for some students. But just realistically, we have to make some adjustments, or certain campuses would just be over capacity. And Godwin has no more room. We have converted everything, and Misty shaking her head back there. You know, we have converted every room we can. We already have portables there. You know, you would have to bring in another set of portables, which I'm not even sure where they would go onto a playground somewhere. And when we have space at another campus, why would you do that?
Mr. McIntyre, how many moves does that make for that group of kids?
I will say, unfortunately, for that group of students who are located dead center in the middle of our district, they do get moved more than a lot of other areas. And it is unfortunate when you land in the middle. You know, if you're on the edge of a zone, you're pretty safe from getting moved. But when you're laying in there in the middle, you do get moved around a little bit more. And so I couldn't tell you exactly, but that group has been in that same zone for the last 2 alignments, I believe. It was the one before that when they were shifted.
Right, the one before they were shifted, and the portion that's west of 982 there has moved a little more than the portion that's east of 982 there, but south of 380 has been in Godwin.
So this zone right
for
here.
a long, long time. They've been in Godwin for a long time. This would be their their first move. But that one section there, you've got that neighborhood, just as you, with, I don't know, Peachtree Lane and a few of those roads right in there.
Behind McDonald's in that area.
That they've been to Lacey before, and they've been to Godwin, and I believe they've been to Harper.
So you said this is gonna cover it for?
2 years.
For 2 years. So they won't have to move next year either.
Right, that's why we want to do it this year. We could actually survive some of that this year without moving them, but if we wait, they would have to move next year, and then you'd have a rezoning the other year, trying to give them as many years stable as possible. Unfortunately, you know, if we're opening elementary every year, you're probably rezoning almost every year. And again, like Mr. McIntyre said, if you're on the far end of a zone way out near the edge, you're probably pretty safe. But when you're right there, you know, that's the middle. You look at that area, it's by Harper, Lowe, Lacey, and Godwin zones. I mean, that piece of property actually touches all 4 different zones, and so you could see scenarios where it could go to any one of those 4 areas.
How many families are we looking at displacing?
We're looking at about 106 elementary students.
Does that include the apartment complex over there, or is that not out, is that out, the apartments outside that zone?
That apartment complex you see just west of where I've drawn there, that's right next to Walmart. That's the new apartment complex going in. Or you talking about the Princeton Luxury right next to Walmart? That was already zoned to go to Lacey. It's the purplish color that's just to the left right there. Yeah, it was already zoned for, but that does catch, coming down this way, that catches those other 2 apartment complexes.
Across from the high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's probably somewhat rotational as far as, you know, families that are in there.
Right, didn't used to be a lot of kids in that area. The apartments have added, and so they probably haven't been moved. This will be their first time of being relocated if they're in the apartments, just because the apartments hadn't been there long enough to give us an opportunity to move them.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking the apartments would be someone who's probably, either they're moving in, looking for a home, and then, so they're probably going to move districts or campuses, so it wouldn't be the.
Possible, yes.
Yeah.
What thoughts have gone into not moving all those families, kids across 380 and going south with them? And I know you've got a lot of numbers, you've put a lot of thought into it, so just I'm thinking 380 is kind of a barrier. It'd be nice to have your school not.
Yeah, well, the green zone just south of that is Harper, and we're trying to take kids out of Harper, and so moving them there immediately south to the green is not possible, because Harper would need to take out and moving to the blue low zone. Low is also at capacity, and so we were looking.
And
the
a large
only
number of
school
growth.
touching that that's not at capacity is Lacey, and so looking to take them from Godwin to Lacey was really the only scenario that for 2 years provided with no campuses going over their listed capacities.
And Dwayne, if you also recall, you know, we're talking about the rest of this zone that's filling out low, you know, that next elementary site that we just purchased is right here, you know, because this low zone is already becoming full, and it's, you know, you see it shrinking down to that size of that Smith zone that hasn't changed in a while. And so you're starting to see that get to where it's going to be, and then all of those new houses that are coming in here, you know, that's why that next school coming in 2 years will fall there. But good question.
Do I have a motion? John made the motion to accept the small adjustments. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Starla seconded. All in favor? Raise a hand. It passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, let's go, can we skip to 13 and we'll come back to 11?
Want to go skip to 13? Okay. Next, we're going to skip to 13.
Oh,
Sorry.
wait, no, sorry.
Oh, never mind.
No.
Bad information.
Yeah. Forgive me. No, let's go ahead and go to 11.
Okay. Number 11 is commitment of funds for capital projects.
Ms. Boydman, please.
In our auditor's report, we were able to see what our fund balance increased to with our growth. We have to be able to try to be financially sound and increase that fund balance so we can stay up with our growth. My recommendation after the audit report is to commit $4 million over to our local capital. That would leave us right at 4 months operating and our fund balance left if we decide to commit that over to local capital. If we choose at some point we want to commit that money back, we always have that flexibility to do that. But that gives us right at 4 months, 120 days in our general fund balance if we were to commit that $4 million over to local capital and future projects.
Any questions about that? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to move those funds as recommended.
I'll second.
All right, Dwayne made a motion and Carla seconded. All in favor, raise a hand, please. Motion passes. Thank you. Now we are at number 13, possible summer construction projects.
So we're going to break this up into a couple of pieces, but first we've got the admin repairs that we need to take a look at, and so we have a representative from Poe Construction here today.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Laney Jones. I'm with Poe Construction. I believe you have in front of you a copy of this booklet here. Looks like this. This is our GMP, guaranteed maximum price, to perform some work here in this administration building, focused on the exterior facade of the building. If you skip to the end of that booklet, there's only a few pages there. There's a drawing included just for reference to kind of show you what we're tackling. You probably know, but this building was built in 2 phases. The original building, I believe, was built in 1986, and then this boardroom addition is a little more recent. So it's that older portion of the building that we're going to be addressing, and it's essentially to remove the brick facade. The primary reason for this work is that there was not a moisture barrier or vapor barrier applied to the exterior sheetrock, exterior sheathing of the building, so it's allowed kind of some moisture to permeate into the exterior of the building. So that's kind of the main point of the project. If you flip back to that second page and where you see the values, I'll walk through this, and then if you have any questions, I can certainly speak to those. So Division 1, general conditions, that's essentially our site supervision and just kind of some basic administrative costs. Project requirements are things like dumpsters and temporary toilets and cleanup costs that go into the construction work. Division 2, demolition, so this is essentially to remove the brick and the exterior sheathing from the building. Division 3, concrete, just $1,000 there. There's just a small section of sidewalk at the entrance to the building that has kind of heaved that we're going to address while we're here. Division 4, masonry. So this is kind of the bulk of the scope of work. This is to reinstall the brick masonry on the facade of the building. And we will match the brick color. That's the intent. Division 5, metals. These are some loose lintels. Part of the scope of work is to remove the windows in that portion of the building and replace them. And so we have some lintels that will span across those windows and to carry the brick. Division 7 is so waterproofing. Again, this is a big portion of the scope. This is to apply a proper fluid applied moisture barrier to that sheathing that wasn't really installed properly originally. So that will be captured there. And then roofing and sheet metal. So we're not really getting into the roofing of the building, but we have $19,000 carried there to deal with the metal where the brick kind of meets the metal roof. So there's some break metal there that we have to rework as a part of the brick scope. Division 8, glass and glazing. So this is new windows in the portion of the building that we're working on. That is to meet current energy codes. So we will remove and replace all the windows in that area of the building. Division 9 is drywall and acoustical. This deals with your new sheathing, so that's your sheetrock product on the outside of the building that's behind the brick. Division 10, signage, this deals with that exterior building signage that we have on the east side of the building that we'll remove and replace once we reinstall the brick. Division 26, electrical. This is essentially to deal with electrical in the exterior walls, so we're not really getting into the electrical in the building. This is just to kind of make safe, remove any electrical in those exterior wall cavities and put it back. We have a couple electrical panels on the west side of the building that we'll have to manage. Division 32, planting, irrigation, turfs, and grasses. So this is essentially to replace sod around the building where we will be working. So we'll remove the bushes that you currently have around the building, and we'll go back with sod. On the next page, we have some allowances listed. So we carry these in cases where maybe the scope is not completely defined, but we can anticipate some work here. So the first is interior partition rework. On those exterior rooms that will be affected, we expect that we might have some moisture intrusion into even the interior walls. So we have some money here to remove sheetrock and some studs, metal studs that might be rusted out or impacted by any moisture, and replace those. So that's what that allowance is for. 34B, flooring and base. This is an allowance kind of similar in those rooms that are impacted by our work. The exterior rooms will remove and replace the flooring. And then we've also carried with this, because you have a couple different colors of carpet, we'll remove any carpet in that portion of the building and replace it, so you don't have a mix match of different colors of carpet. So you'll have a consistent color carpet throughout the building. The paint allowance, again, in those rooms that might be impacted by some of that moisture intrusion, we will repaint. The moisture remediation allowance, so this is to test and deal with any moisture intrusion that we have on those exterior walls. Contingencies, this is just a general contingency to address any unknowns that we might find while we're here. All these allowances and contingency funds, whatever portion that is unspent, will return back to the district. And then down in the financials portion, it's pretty straightforward. We have our building permit cost, our payment and performance bond cost for POG, and our insurances. And then at the very bottom, our construction manager's fee, which is just below 3%. So the total comes to $605,012. Again, that's a maximum price. Generally, we see savings recognized in some of these contingencies that we typically return back to the district. So that is a snapshot of the work we plan here at the admin building. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Is the moisture remediation, does that include if we find black mold and things like that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we'll have a third-party kind of environmental testing company come in and test just to see what, if anything, we have in these exterior walls. And depending on their findings, we'll address that and completely remediate all of that properly. So we won't do that ourselves. We'll hire the proper type of firm to deal with that in the case that we find that. So.
Sure, thank you.
And I know, just to make sure we're all aware, we're talking about when Mr. Gunnell's office was down for a while. I believe most of you saw the wall that was in there and the problems we were having. We did do a couple of other spots that we opened up, and did find that in areas like my office, Ms. Portman's office, and Dr. Hendrick's office, that behind those wood panels, we did have some moisture intrusion in there as well. And so to what extent, we're not sure, and so that's part of the reason we're carrying that a large amount of money there, because if it turns out to be like Mr. Gunnell's wall, we're going to be doing a lot of drywall replacement in that process as well. But unfortunately, this is just a project we can't put off. As you know, we did go out for an RFP, and we did check these prices, and we've had some other people bid, and this price that's coming in here now is our best option at this time.
Any other questions?
What is your timing to complete?
So right now, our plan is to mobilize and start work at spring break, and intend to finish around the time that the school semester ends. That's based on discussions we've had with the administration. We'll have to displace, most likely, much of the staff in that part of the building. I believe the plan is to relocate some of those staff in this room and some possibly at Clark. Mr. McIntyre, please correct me if I'm wrong.
So we have the 4 empty portable classrooms at Clark that we're not using currently, And then we have this end of the building past that last set of doors. And so in order to get this project started in a timely fashion, we will be trying to relocate all of us to some tables and some spaces and make it work. So I believe they dedicated, that's my new office back there in that closet, so.
So I thought at one time we were looking at maybe Love Lady, some of the spots there, that wasn't gonna work.
To house individuals in. We could still have to have some people locate to that and locate in some classrooms there, but, you know, we kind of just did a dry run of where people could fit and how we can set up, and I think with the 4 classrooms right here and this building and the 2 offices that we'll be able to maintain, we may be able to keep everybody here close, so we're still working closely together and not have to go in there and put a lot of extra people into a classroom where kids are. Try not to overload that building. We do still have our special programs is located at Love Lady. They are still taking up several classrooms there, including 3 science labs right now. And so, you know, we've kind of already got some people displaced there and trying to share the wealth.
Any other questions?
No, and I do, you know, we've got several other items that we're going to talk through here on this list, and I think if we can have some, we may have to have some motions individually, or after we finish going through the next presentation, you could either make a motion for everything together, or we could go through and make individual motions. But if it's okay with the board, I was going to go ahead and have Phil present some information on those other projects while we can consider them all at once.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been a long time since I got to talk this long in a board meeting, I mean. Okay, Laney already handled most of this for me, but this was just that, kind of a picture of what we're talking about on that end of the building. We're talking about all the exterior walls through there. And there was his cost plus architectural fees and all, looking at a budget of about $650 to cover all of those architectural fees and any other costs that we might see in a budget. And there was that construction schedule, try to get in here around the beginning of March sometime and be done before the end of school, because as you'll see, Clark is going to have some major issues come summer, and so we need to be back here so we're out of there by that time. And that's the next project. As most of you know, we addressed some sewer lines at Clark over the Christmas break. It was very difficult to get in there, but as they were in there, we found that the majority of those original sewer lines, those clay sewer lines at Clark, are failing. And so this summer is the time we need to go in there, and we've got just an approximate cost that's going to be about $800,000 to basically either saw cut and address every line in the building, or do some tunneling to address those, or it'll probably be some combination of each to bring those lines back outside from under the slab and replace them out there. And so we're looking at that beginning in the summer. So that's, again, if we go to Clark, we need to get in Clark, get out of Clark, so we can be back here before summer begins, because we know, as we saw it over the Christmas break, that a project like that is very difficult to guess and keep on schedule sometimes. And so we want to hit that early in the summer so that we don't run into any potential problems with coming back and being all ready and spiffed up to start school the following year. If you know our ground, it heaves, and so our next couple of projects are going to be doing with sidewalks, drives outside of the buildings. Our buildings are built on, most of them now, the new ones are built on void forms, which basically gives you a 12 to 14 inch barrier between the bottom of the concrete and the top of the ground. And so you get that ground moving there, but not causing the building to move. But as soon as you cross out of the building, your drives and your sidewalks are setting on the ground. And so you've got your building staying stable and right outside the building sometimes moving. And that's some of the problems we're seeing over at Godwin Elementary School. these areas that are marked with the red squares, these are primarily the areas. That larger red square right there in the center, right as you come up where the drive meets the curb there, you've got probably a 4 to 6 inch heave right there. We've had several individuals step off of that and twist ankles. We've also had tires that have, as they're rounding that corner to pull in there because you're higher and you drop off in there and you almost get your tires stuck, and you know, we don't want to destroy anyone's wheels or that sort of thing. And so we're having some heaving issues there. The other issues around are primarily dealing with the sidewalk. And again, probably 2 or 3, 4 inches. Lots of places we saw over there as we walked that. And so we're looking at just coming in, saw cutting out. This is a pretty straightforward project where we just saw cutting out and doweling back in, because apparently when Godwin was built, the sidewalks were not doweled in to the curb. And so, because if they're doweled in, it may still shift, but it usually kind of cracks the concrete and you don't get that abrupt drop off. But we're seeing no breaks in the concrete, but 3 or 4 inch difference in between the curb and the concrete. So those weren't, apparently that was built in 99. I got here in 01, just to try to get out of being blamed for that one. But we would go around and try to repair those. And the cost for that's approximately $70,000. And again, we could address that over the summer. This one's a little bigger issue. There's some concrete heaving, and we've looked at this issue. We thought about trying to address this last year and just did not get everything prepared for that. But we're seeing concrete heaving behind that vocational building. This is Bodark Ave, and so that's right behind Princeton High School. In that back awning area there, that's where they have all their storage of materials. And that ground is heaving so much that it has pushed the beams of the roof up. The ground is pushed up, pushed the beams up, and you can start seeing the roof buckling there. There's also in that area, our fire suppression system is right there, and we're seeing that pipe is now pushed up and at an angle. If that breaks, we're going to have not only a heaving problem, but a water problem to boot there. And so this is a pretty good sized project because it's under that. And so we're looking at replacing of the concrete, but while we're doing that, replacing a lot of the subsoil and trying to make sure that we have a method to get all that water away from the building. We have done extensive testing there. We have not found a leak. We do have masonry classes right there that does a lot of washouts and don't know if some of that water is getting in there or if it's from the downspouts, but we're looking at not only addressing replacing of that, but trying to address to make sure we have a method to get all of that water away from the building, so hopefully we don't have that returning of concrete heaving there. And so that one's a little more expensive. That's about $300,000 to address that section there, as some of that awning may have to come down and go back up along with the concrete. Again, assure us this can be handled within the summer. You've talked extensively here in the past about the culinary. We moved a culinary, state-of-the-art culinary facility in for Lovelady, the 910. This is our current layout of our culinary facility there. So you see on the left side there, we have residential type appliances. If you recall the history of home economics or culinary, as it's now called, it wasn't necessarily cooking industrial, it was cooking, home cooking, and things of that nature, which is what this area was originally designed for when the high school opened back in 2001, or I'm sorry, 2004. But this is what we're looking at, designed to take in that entire area. So as you see there, we're taking not only the current culinary classroom, but that classroom that's right beside it, and all of those offices and storerooms are all being converted to a full culinary that is comparable to the facilities that we're putting in at Lovelady right now with the 910. So your 910 and your 1112 would have a similar type of labs. Approximate cost of this one's about $1.5 million by the time you get all your fees and furniture and everything. The cost estimate on the actual construction is about 1.2, wasn't it? 1.3, and some other in there for architectural fees and for furnishings that go in after the fact. And they say they can do this in the summer also, because we can't do without that space either before school's out or when school starts back. Harper Elementary. When we built Harper Elementary, there was no natural gas services to that part of the district. So Harper Elementary is run off of propane. At the time we built Harper Elementary, it opened in 2008, propane was relatively inexpensive as compared to electric. That is not currently the case. Harper is one of the most expensive buildings we have to heat and cook, and so we're looking at a conversion from all the units there to hook on the natural gas. The red square is where our propane tanks are. The red line approximates down that 447, that natural gas line now runs right down 447. And so this would be a project of which we would connect the incoming lines from the gas line where it used to go to the propane tanks, and then all our interior units, you have to change out the fixtures, because propane and natural gas, one is a little more denser than the other one, and there's a process. Now, this project, we've estimated at $250,000. If all goes well and no lines have to be replaced, they tell me that could be as low as $100,000. But it could be over $250,000 if you have to. So this would be one that we really just want to get some more investigation before we pull a trigger on whether this is there, because we really want to do a comparison. What does it cost to change to natural gas, and what's the payback period? You know, when we compare the price of heating and cooking on that building with the natural gas to the heating and cooking price of propane, what's the payback period of time? And so we're not quite ready to really pull the trigger on this one, but we would like to continue investigating and making sure we know more closely what all that would entail into that. If it's $100,000, you're probably at a 2 or 3 year payback period of time. If it's more than that, the 250 or so, you're probably double that length for payback. This could be done this summer if we get to it. If not, it's got to be done in the summer. If it's not summer of 24, it would need to be summer of 25, or decide we're going to stay with propane, because there's nothing wrong with it. It's just very expensive to maintain. Also at Lacey, where a lot of our special education classes for some of our more severe students are, we're looking at trying to address some additional accessible playground material that for kids that would be wheelchair bound or other limitations, so that they can address that. And we're looking at some of these type units that they can get on and or park next to, and be able to have a playground that would be accessible to them. The additional equipment at that playground would be approximately $60,000, and again this summer. Our last one is welcome to 6A. I guess you all know that, right? We're not positive who we're going to be in a district yet, but we know we are 6A. And so we're looking at our visitor side of our stadium and just wanting to make sure that we have the ability to seat the crowds and the bands and everybody and dress the athletes that come into that. Once we find out who's in our district, we will better yet know how large that is, and that's at beginning of February or?
February 2nd, I believe.
That we will get that alignment. And so before we come back to our next meeting, we'll know who that is. We'll come back and we'll do some research. What we're going to propose here, this is not the long-term solution, but this is a Band-Aid to get us from here until when we would be able to come to some sort of solution. So we're looking at two things. One is additional locker rooms. So as you look at the top left, if you've been into that building, that area that's marked there is currently our faculty workout facility. We love our faculty. We want to provide for our faculty, but there's a good chance we need to convert that faculty workout facility and put lockers in there for locker room. It is connected through a doorway directly to the shower rooms and the other locker rooms, and so all we're really talking about here is changing some locks on doors of restrooms and that would make that accessible, but that students in there could not get into the other restrooms because immediately below that is all the restrooms for that side of the stadium. And so we're just talking about taking the weight equipment out and putting some sort of lockers in that area to make that large enough to address the students. The other large box there is we're talking about the ability to rent portable bleachers. Depending upon how large of a crowd our competitors will be bringing, you can rent. I've got a quote on renting some bleachers. We could put bleachers that would seat about 800 additional people in that area, which would probably be your bands and your drill teams and all of that, that you could set bleachers in there. And we're believing the visitor locker room would be about $50,000. That's mainly locker cost of putting that in there, and possibly some fencing. And have a quote that we can rent portable bleachers for up to 800 students for $35,000 for a football season. And that's a recap of the projects that we are looking at possibly for this summer.
Did we get a quote on adding the bleachers permanently?
We did. To put bleachers in there of that nature permanently, you're going to be about $100,000.
How many years do we plan to rent them?
Well, that's the big question. You know, we would hope that in under 3 years, we were able to make the permanent changes to the stadium that would need to be made to bring us up to that level to be competitive with our facilities.
Is there a possible change that would help with the final product? Some that could be molded into the final product that we would get some cost savings in the back end?
I don't think that. Really, the long-term plans would be, as we go to two high schools, you're going to have two similar sides of the stadium. We're really looking at the visitor side of the stadium in the long-range plan, and we looked at this with the long-range plan and some possible cost scenarios would be to those bleachers would come down and you would go up with bleachers similar in nature to what you have on the home side, and you would probably actually flip the stadium again, that this would be the home side, and whatever additional space we're creating in that locker room there would then become the space for our students. And so you're creating this, and all under the bleachers would be the restrooms and storage facilities, concession stands, and all of those things. And so you're really talking about probably what's there being tore down. That's really why we lean more towards what about the rental of bleachers, because if you had those bleachers, now that it's done, it's like, where do we store them? Because there's not really any other place that bleachers of that size and nature could be used. And so I would hope that, you know, how's that going to go? Well, that really depends on how much we can get ahead. This last year, we did qualify to sell more bonds than what the financial projections had said. You know, the real stopgap is trying to open that second high school by 29 so that we don't get a lot of real overcrowding at Lovelady and at PHS. So if this project were somewhere around the $10 million number, then if you get where you've sold more, you're more ahead on selling the bonds than that, and looks like you could still qualify to sell enough bonds to build the high school, then that would be when you would probably want to step in and do that. We have about $40 million of not this bond we just approved, but out of the last bond, we accomplished 100% of the projects promised, and we have some of that money left. That money is legally available to spend on some project other than campuses, whereas the money we just sold is not legally accessible to spend on anything but campuses. There was a change in when those bonds went through of how the law was spent, and so we would want to, this, like I said, this would be a Band-Aid, and trying to put as little money in as possible to get a Band-Aid until we can get to a permanent solution sometime, hopefully in the foreseeable future.
Is that also going to address parking issues that you may have as well?
This would not address any short-term parking issues. We'd probably have to shuttle from Lovelady High School and all to run some sort of shuttle to try to address those. Again, trying to address those in the least expensive possible. We would ask that all their buses park there, that we run a shuttle, you know, just to get back and forth. In the long-range plans, you know, what we're looking at and what they're going to present about looking at the new administration space there, there's a space dedicated there to permanently fix that parking issue. It's just not in the budget as of yet to address that, so we'd have to do that with some shuttling. And that, like I said, this on the stadium for $85,000, we're really just trying to put a Band-Aid that gets us from 5A to 6A and just able to serve the crowds that they may be bringing.
On the Harper, the cost for go from propane to gas, what's the cost savings per year currently?
I haven't run those scenarios. I know it's probably about half the bill. Jonna, do you know about, right off the top of your head, what those, but our propane expenses right now, the expense for running Harper is running around double what any other campus is, but I don't recall what that number is right offhand. I can get that and send that out to y'all.
How many faculty usually use the workout room?
In January or in November?
January.
January's a little busier right now. We don't see a lot of use, but some of the people that use it, they use it on a pretty regular basis. I don't think it's a lot of people, but the ones that do address it, you see the same people down there a lot. It's not heavy use. We have talked about, is there any way that we can address that need possibly with one of the other workout facilities in town? How creative could we get to getting people a place? Because I think it's in the district's best interest to encourage our faculty and staff to be healthy and to do things. And so there are several workout facilities in town that we have done some discussion about how could we address that if we need to with our staff.
I think we'd want to look at that for sure.
And I know Coach Diller's already made contact with a few places, and we're trying to work on that space. Or do we have another space in the district that we could open up? Maybe it's not all the same hours, but it would still be available in the evenings and early mornings. So we're still looking at some of the spaces we have that still have workout equipments and other places in town, because I do believe that's a valuable thing that we need to try to offer as soon as we can again.
I do too.
As far as sidewalks, the sidewalks over there by the indoor facility, are those subject to be upgraded? Because I know some of them are pretty, I mean, they get a lot of traffic going to the football field over there.
Yeah.
And so,
They weren't our worst ones on our list and weren't on this year's list, but they do. I have seen some of the heaving there, and as our soil will continue to move, sometimes we kind of hope it heaves back in the other direction for a while, but
yeah, they're not the worst.
they're
They're probably some of the most trafficked ones.
yes. So we can take a look at those. I haven't walked those in the past. Coach Dillard?
I think at the corner right by the stadiums, that it's not very big, but it's that piece right there. I think is pretty. I mean.
Oh, right there at behind the indoor facility where you enter the stadium. I know exactly where you're talking about.
Yeah, just that one piece right there.
Just
seems
that
like it's
one
pretty
piece.
bad.
We could probably address that.
Do we have a timeline for like Clark, as far as the plumbing?
Begin it the day school's out and get after it. Did y'all have a timeline on that, AJ? Of the work, about how long that might take? End of July, so at least 5-6 days before students are back. He says to give us time to clean up, I guess.
So how much money do we have extra that we can spend on all of these from our first bond?
Well, these are not, these projects we're looking at here we're considering all these local construction projects out of our 688. That the money that Ms. Boydman worked so hard to put over there last year.
Yes.
And remember,
This would be a good portion of that. You're looking at right about $3 million on all these projects combined here, and so that would the money we had over there in that local construction would be where we would address this. Now, when we get to the next, the admin and the possible maintenance warehouse space, that is some bond. That would be out of the bond funds. Like I said, there was about 40 million of the last bond that we came in that much under the project, the estimated cost of all those projects we were to do. And so that's about 40 million. The problem that we run into right now is not total bond funds. It's the capacity to sell the bond funds to stay ahead of the incoming students. And so that's really, so the capital is set aside for that. It's just making sure that when we get there that student classrooms come first.
Sure.
And making sure that we save enough capacity to provide for student classrooms. Now, with that being said, as we roll forward, special programs are in student classrooms. They're going to be needed in the very near future for students, and so having some place that they can go to a permanent home so that the space they're in can go back to student classrooms comes to play. But that's kind of it's the funds are there. It's just the capacity, and that's just as we see each year about what we were qualified to sell. That if we're able to sell more than what was projected to be able to sell, then that is the additional. How much more could we sell? And that would be an additional that might be available to use on other projects other than classrooms and still stay on that construction schedule of our campuses.
How good a juggler are you?
I can't juggle at all, but Mr. McIntyre has a red nose and can juggle up a storm.
So, Mr.
He can juggle. That's not a joke. He can actually juggle.
I believe it. I believe it. So could we have for the football stadium where that space is that has the heaving that's really bad, where the football players are running through to go to the indoor, could we have that added to this?
Yes. You're talking about over there by the PHS stadium? Yes. We will look at that. Yes, it'd be about $100,000 to buy or about $35,000 to rent them for a year. I would hope for one. I really would hope for one, but again, as we approach that capacity issue, that is, I would hope that, you know, now if you're going to do that, if you're going to do that stadium renovation of any sort, you've got to break ground on that the day football season's over. And so we've got some work to do between here and there if we were going to make that one, but I would hope no more than two. And so that it just really depends on what capacity we start seeing as this thing progresses another semester, and how quickly the plans could be drawn up for something like that, and you know, just being ready to go, because you've got to be ready to go right when football season's over, because that's a very tight timeline between when football ends and when football begins the next year. So you're trying to build a pretty large facility there in about 8.5 months, and that's pretty tight.
Would that impact them for football practice that they do throughout the summertime?
No, we really believe we could block off at the field. You just have to enter the field from the other side, but this whole side would be out of commission. And you could still hold track meets there and all that, but you've just got to house everybody on the one side and make sure that we stay off of this side to give them a place to operate.
The guys that we rent the stands from, are they the same people that sell those?
No.
Okay.
This, at least the company I found, and of course, if I was just getting some quotes to make sure we were in, I got a quote from them. We would want to shop that around to make sure that but this is a company that's all the way from Canada through the United States, and their whole thing is renting for temporary type thing and bleachers and all that. And so they you know, I was actually surprised that the cost was where it was, that I had no idea what that would really run.
Does the rental also give us a better leeway of requirements for restrooms and for seats and everything else that if we
I believe
do
so.
that?
If we put permanent there, they're going to require us to bring up our restroom count. With portables, that should not be a problem, but I cannot guarantee that. If it is, then we would have to look at rental of some of those other restroom facilities that they bring out that address larger areas if we have to.
But if we start renting, if we have to rent the bleachers, the portables, and more, aren't we gonna add up to about that 100,000 that it would cost for us just to install it permanently?
Well, no, because even if we install them permanently, we know they're going to probably make us put in permanent restrooms. And so, so the permanent restrooms are going to go under the bleachers. So there's not a place to kind of get ahead of that and go and build those in now, because you've got to build the bleachers and then come back in underneath those to put that building in. So, and you know, it may come, if it takes 3 years, you could be a very similar number purchasing those. But again, if we did purchase them, I guess we could try to sell them after the fact, but we're not going to have a need for those bleachers of that nature, you know, of that size at any of our other facilities that we're aware of.
So does that change the fencing? Do we have to add fencing or move any fencing around there?
We would want to possibly move or just add fencing to box in that, you going back there?
Yeah, somewhere right about here.
So is that something that we could look at to be able to reuse for our permanent facility?
Absolutely. The fencing that we put there would be the same type panels that are interchangeable that would go somewhere else, or just some sort of temporary fencing. We would want to take on the left side there down some fencing that would allow access across there from one set of bleachers to the other, and then just bring that around those bleachers to bring that in. We would not want to remove the fence that's in the front, because we don't want those to have ready access to the field. So you would remove a little bit, but you're going to have to add more, because at first we thought we could just reroute the fence from going this way to the other way, but we really need to leave that front section of fence to make sure none of those people that sit in those bleachers, again, we're probably talking about a student type section there. We don't want them to have ready access. And after walking this with Coach Dillard, we believe that this is a much better area than maybe moving those into an end zone or someplace. Even though we're losing some parking, we have more control over the students in that section, and they're not right behind the end zone where they can help rattle the game a little bit.
Feeling rowdy, I think just the elephant in the room is you could be in with Allen, Prosper, McKinney, and you look at the size of stadiums that they have built that would swallow anything we have, even with portables, that we're going to have issues.
We are going to have issues.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
We have issues now with some of the schools we face.
But like we were saying, there's nothing we can do today to have a permanent solution before they roll in football season next year. This mandate and getting about 800 bleachers there, we believe if we roll in with Allen, 800 would about set their band and drill team, which just leaves the current bleachers for the stands. And some of those other schools would bring a, maybe not, that'd probably be the largest crowd, but some of them, your Prospers and all those, they're going to bring a pretty good crowd. And there's a real, there's a real good chance that that we get some or all of those schools.
Changing the subject a little bit, Lacey Playground, the equipment for there, have we looked into any kind of grants, ADA grants or anything?
I haven't been directly involved with that, Mr. McIntyre.
No, and one of the reasons we started looking here is we had a request from some of the parents and the staff over there. A few years back, they had added some equipment to make some things more accessible, but just trying to come up with a plan to address that. The big cost is for the kind of the merry-go-round and the swing type things that we see like that is kind of planning, because you have to do a full surface on the ground so that you can someone in a wheelchair could roll straight up to that and have access to some of those areas. And so we haven't had any grants. I'm not aware of any, but we can definitely take a look through. We just wanted to make sure that the board thought this was something worthwhile than going down the road with.
So the thought here is you're presenting this future project, some of them you want approval on now, and other ones you're just letting us know, or you're asking for approval on everything?
We really think that these are things that we need to start moving forward with, and most of them we need to get done. When you start looking at admin repairs and Clark Plumbing, I'm sorry? That need to be done now. That's correct. Some of those things, I don't think we really have an option in putting those off. Realistically, the only one on the list that I think is really you could just put it off for now is the Harper gas connection.
That's right.
But I don't know what that's going to cost, and I don't know what that is going to be. I mean, we've got some stuff, but until we get somebody out there to give us an actual quote, it may be one of the ones that you can't afford not to do it because of the money we can save. And so that one's kind of still a little bit more investigating the whole process and getting more solid numbers there. The other numbers were pretty solid on those. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to make a long span of time without doing a stadium renovation. Now I want to be very clear. Nobody on our staff is asking for a $60, $70, $80 million stadium like you're seeing some places around us. We believe that we can come up to the needs of the students and the groups we're playing and cover 2 high schools with somewhere around a $10 million addition to the stage, where we come over and make this side look like that side, maybe some small upgrades, and we do the flip there. That's coming, and without something being done there, we're not going to have space for the people that are coming from these other schools. So, we knew 6A was coming, but like we said, we've had capacity problems. Number one on our radar was taking care of the campuses that we needed for kids. The money that we're talking about spending out of the 688, the construction, we held that money back when we weren't sure before we passed the bond. We knew and we talked about that money could have to be used to buy a bunch of portables if that bond didn't pass. Since the community supported the bond, we have the bond, so we have the plan to build schools. We have money because we've been good stewards. We've put the money back, we've saved, and we've done what we need to do. And even the $4 million that we put into that fund tonight, because we used the ESSER fund to cover those costs and to supplant, so that we had those monies available to push to these projects. We knew we had repairs and we knew we have some aging facilities, and I think we've planned well. And I think when I look at that list, I have a hard time picking anything off there that I say, don't do that right now.
So for the Harper, you're just looking for direction, and then the rest you're looking for a motion.
I really think a motion to move forward with all of them, with the one vote of the Harper gas really being that moving forward is just, we're gonna go get some better numbers. We're gonna sharpen our pencils, but we wanna make sure y'all know what's going on there. We wanna know what that is, and we can bring that one back to the board. I don't think we need to get moving, but you know, like I said, admin repairs, we need to get stuff rolling on that so that we can get out of here, so that we can get out of Clark in time for Clark to happen. Clark has to happen this summer.
And Mr. McIntyre, we would be coming back, just like we presented numbers on admin repairs tonight. If move forward, we're hoping to bring most, if not all of them, then back at the February meeting where we've got those prices worked down, we've got exact prices, we've got budgets. And so this is, if you think our ballpark numbers here, our budgets are right, then we're going to work hard to get all of those back, so you've got GMPs to look at for those in upcoming meetings. So you're really giving us permission to move forward, to make sure that we have everything ready to present to you, to get to an actual price the way we did on this admin building tonight. So the admin building would be approved to, that's a GMP approval, ready to start construction. The other ones, that would be coming back February or at least by March to get all of those, if you believe we're going in the right direction.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward with these projects in that case.
Can we amend your motion, or can you amend the motion just to have the investigation done for the Harper Gas? And then for the stadium, I know we were talking about a couple of those prices, but just for further investigation for renting on those bleachers, because I don't think we really settled on.
I thought that's what he was gonna do, is do further investigation and come back next month. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to do further investigation on all the projects, come back, except for this admin building here. We're ready to approve the GMP on that. So it would move forward with all projects except the admin renovations, and then approve the GMP for the admin renovations.
Yes, so if you could amend your motion to include the approval of the GMP for the admin repairs, and then to move forward on the other projects, that would be helpful for us.
I will.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Got that, Amy? Okay.
Pardon? Is there any further discussion?
So to clarify, we're not spending any money yet, other than the GMP for the
That's
admin
correct.
building.
That is
And
correct.
we're gonna be presented with this one more time to look at.
With exact prices.
Okay.
Is that okay?
We just didn't want to go through the exercise of getting the exact prices and quotes if we were on the wrong track and there was anything you thought we should abandon, but.
Thank you for the clarification, because I was a little shaky on that too. All right, so all in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes. Thank you all so very much for all that work, and thank you for your continued work on this. Number 14, did you have a question? Oh. Number 14 is administration, expansion, and warehouse.
We have someone from our architect firm going to present some information for us here. So a design development of that project.
So what we're looking at here is the property just to the north of Mabel, north of this building right there. You can actually see the admin building in the center of the picture there. The idea is to go in with a new administration annex, approximately 20,000 square feet, new boardroom, offices, conference rooms, kitchen, workrooms, with some expansion built into that. So you'd have some vacant offices from the beginning, but I'm sure you'll be filling them up quickly given the demographics that you had tonight. That's the building there in the center. Mr. McIntyre is highlighting. The building to the right would be warehouse and warehouse offices. Approximately 13,000 square feet. Most of that is the warehouse, but up front there would be some offices, a conference room, a break room, and then with that, the warehouse space on the backside, we've developed that with Mr. Lovelady and getting your ability to have 18-wheeler deliveries to this building and serve as a distribution hub. Also added to that would be some fleet parking. The area there to the northeast, trying to get that for your fleet vehicles. Also providing some canopies there, coverage for those automobiles, so they're not left out in the elements completely. And we briefly touched on it earlier, the parking for the stadium, showing that as a future build out as well. I don't remember the number. I think it's 400 spaces. 406 is what I had there. And then included in the warehouse and admin annex, approximately 80 spaces, not including the fleet spaces. Again, it'd be on the north side of the Mabel Avenue there, just north of this building. The floor plan for the admin annex. So as you looked at the previous building, this would be rotated 90 degrees to the left. So the front entrance on the right-hand side would be coming from the bottom of the page on the previous. So you come in through a secure vestibule. Knowing safety and security concerns, we'd address that. Being able, business hours, have a secure vestibule. You got to get buzzed in to the building. You can't just walk in the way that the previously we had run this building. Of course, on board meeting days, that would be open to the public, and then you come in through that secure vestibule. There'd be a lobby, restrooms, and then the boardroom down to the bottom right-hand side, and that would seat approximately 350 student capacity. This here is I think about 60, 65, so big increase over that. At the bottom of the boardroom would be your new board desks. And then off to the left of that, you'd have access to an executive boardroom, possibly with would serve as some PD spaces for the district as well. Planning for this for this room would be that you could have a movable partition in that room, and you can have a larger staff event in those two conference rooms. Back to the front, secure vestibule, you'd be buzzed into that reception area, coming into there, and then check in, and then you would have access to the rest of the building if you're allowed. Going through the floor plan there, you next go back into the back hallways, and that would start your offices, finance, HR, PR. What else do we have in there?
Curriculum,
instructional coaches,
testing, fine arts, counseling.
The purple areas would be your kitchen area and your workroom. The yellow areas are restrooms and utility spaces. We did add a single restroom for the public in the main lobby area as well. Big improvement from where you're at in tight spaces over here. I think this allows you to build into your future the next 10, 15, 20 years possibly. We're also planning this for future expansion. So the corridors you see exiting to the left, we'd have the ability to add future buildings on the back side of this, adding capacity, offices, whatever the district needs in the future as well.
And just want to point out there, as we didn't say, special programs in this area, this building would not be going unused. We'd be moving special programs into this building to take over the office space here, and they are currently located in Lovelady High School, taking up classroom space that we're going to need in the next few years.
How many people would the new boardroom hold?
350 seats approximately like this.
350.
Yeah.
Is there any thoughts about two-story?
Right now, there's not. This is a one-story plan. We would have some height in the center. We're planning this as a pre-engineered metal building, low slope roof, but again, we need some height in that front to get you a nice aesthetic for your boardroom. You don't want low ceilings in there, so we're going to add some height to that area. That would allow some space up there, but I do plan on using some of that height for mechanical mezzanines. I don't want to put units outside. I'd rather house those interior for you.
For two-story, didn't we say that it was cost-effective since we had the land to keep it at one story, than to build up a two-story?
Yes, we had looked at some of those ideas, and, also, talking about that we're not building this like we do as our campuses with that level of stuff. So going to two-story, correct me if I'm wrong, the increase of the foundation and the structure in the ground would increase dramatically.
We're trying to get you a cost-effective building type here, and one story is really the way to go for that kind of construction.
As far as the parking spaces, what's our current parking space for our home side right now? Do you know?
That one's about 150%, about half again as large as the home side.
It'd get me
Well, the other one's
fibbing
about
if I tried to
300
tell
or
you
so,
what it is.
250, something like that.
Probably somewhere in that neighborhood.
I can get you those counts and provide that information.
I was just wondering what it would be.
Again, with the future expansion for the stadium, you're going to need that parking. But again, it's not included in any of the pricing that we're looking at today. Just wanted a placeholder for that, so you know that we're master planning the whole area and not giving it a complete thought. The warehouse building, again, entrance on the left would have been from the bottom on the previous slide. So again, a secure vestibule. They have to go in and check in. You won't have free access for the public to come into that. So you got your secure vestibule, then a reception area, an open office with plans for, I think, 7 future spots, in addition to the offices that are shown. 3 at the top and then 4 at the bottom. Again, yellow is the restrooms.
Sorry.
And utility spaces. And then a large conference room for this area, and then the purple is the kitchen area. And then the warehouse space, we're planning a dock. As I mentioned, that would be the door in the middle there, allow you to get a forklift in that area, come in, distribute those to what I'm trying to show is some rack layout, some high bay storage. And then we've talked about fencing off some areas inside of there, so each individual mechanical, HVAC, plumbing, electrical would have their own areas to go and store their things. The overhead door at the back side, we're planning on making that a drive bay where you can actually drive trucks in, maybe a box truck, maybe your 18-wheeler if you need to wrap vehicles. That's could happen in that area. With that, we are planning currently a 14-foot sidewall with the alternates to go higher to allow more high bay storage and bigger vehicles to get in there.
Will accommodate
It'll accommodate a 12-foot box truck. We'd have to go to the higher eave height to get the bigger trucks in. We need a 14-foot minimum door, which means I need at least a 16-foot eave height. Correct.
Are there any more questions? Do I have a motion?
Oh,
Sorry, just one second.
so some quick renderings.
through, okay.
The new administration building, giving kind of a grand entrance to that secure vestibule, the public lobby, and really defining your district as you move forward. Moving around the sides, we're looking at pre-engineered metal buildings, but again, we want to dress it up by taking the masonry all the way down the sides on this building at least. You just keep scrolling. We've taken that same concept to the east side of this building and then dress it down just a little bit for the warehouse and annex building there. And then again, I think we'd stop the masonry on that building and go to the economical construction of just the metal panels back there.
We're ready.
So we're just looking for, this is design development. We talked to you guys a couple months ago about options of things we could build and different things, different directions we could go. This was kind of the direction that we thought we got from the board, is using one of those engineered metal building type structures and then trying to dress it up enough to make it look nice. And so, but trying to keep those costs down. And so,
we'd like to design it and draw it in a manner that we come back to you if you approve it with a shopping list of here's your base bid and this is what you can get for these additional pieces. That could be square footages, it could be finishes.
I like the new design.
Mac, do you have that drawing or that layout so we could actually look at it a little closer?
yeah, I can send that to you,
Okay.
the new version of these, yes. I've got those, I'll share those with you.
Okay, are you looking for approval to just go to the next step?
Yeah, I'm looking for a head nod that we're heading in the right direction and you want us to continue to head that direction, which means we'll continue to iron it out. We'll come back with some more finishes and pricing and start looking at more of that stuff, but just, are we doing what you told us to do?
I would say yes. Do we need a motion for that?
I would like one.
I'll make a motion to continue with the direction.
I'll second that motion.
Carlos made a motion and Dwayne seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes. Thank you. Number 15 is staffing models.
Okay, so that time of year that we're starting to look at projections and where we're headed for next year and trying to make sure that we're planning ahead for teaching units and what's coming up. So based on the demographer's projections that we shared with you earlier, we've done what we typically do. We look at pushing our students up from grade level to grade level, kindergarten to first to second, and so on and so forth. And then using a growth factor to try to do our best to guess and get us where we're going to be at those different grade levels at different campuses. So just by accepting those numbers that the demographer gave us and trying to work in the plan to see what that growth looks like, this would be our best first guess. And as Bob likes to point out, we'll always be wrong and we'll always be back for more because we're just trying to make the best guess we can based on the numbers we have at this moment in time. So you'll see we're predicting that we'll actually need to increase CNUP staff by 1 as we do those and keep the ratios intact. Godwin Elementary with the switch, this is including the changes that we talked about in the zoning. We already put those in here. We'd had to come back if we did not approve those, but with the new changes, Godwin would actually go down 7 teachers from what they're currently at this year. Green Elementary, we believe would need to open up with 24 teachers to fill that. Harper Elementary, if we move the bilingual like we discussed, they would actually go down 10 teaching units for next year. James Elementary, I'm sorry, I cannot see that number. 39, thank you. Wow, my eyes are getting tired. Lacey Elementary would be a wash, would not lose any teachers, would not gain any teachers. Low Elementary would lose 1 teacher going into next year. Sorry, we got one more Mayfield. We can't even fit all the elementaries on one page anymore. Mayfield Elementary would be losing 3 teachers at that point in time and going down that staff number. And Smith Elementary up 2. And so ultimately we'd be looking at adding 45 new elementary teaching positions for next school year to staff the 2 new campuses and for the growth at the other campuses that are experiencing growth.
So we give those teachers an opportunity that we're losing on the campuses to go to the other schools?
Yes. No, nobody will be fired. You know, there's always positions in the go between natural attrition of people that leave the district or move someplace else and request that'll always be satisfied when we do that process, which we will start working on that process here in the near future as we've got our elementary principals hired tonight. So that allows us to start looking at the next step in this process, which is the transfer and the filling of those new campuses and picking the leads and those things that need to happen next. So that'll be the next step in that process. Then if you move into the secondary, you'll see as the shifts there, you know, Clark will go up 4. Without us opening a middle school, you know, we're up 4, up 5, and Southern is holding steady for next year. Lovelady, you see that large number of 43 because we're moving the 10th graders over, so they're gaining all of the teachers that go with those 10th grade spots. We've already began those discussions with teachers talking about, you know, some of the teachers from the high school will be transitioning over to Lovelady. You know, if you taught, you know, 10th grade English, you're moving with the 10th graders over to the new building as well. And then the high school loses those 28 spots, and that's those 10th grade teachers that need to move out because we're no longer teaching those 10th grade classes on that campus. So at the secondary level, you're looking at a total of 24 new teachers and a grand total of, we're asking you tonight to go ahead and approve 69 new teaching positions for next school year. I need a motion.
John made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second to approve the 69.
Darla seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? It carries. Thank you so much.
And we will be back.
We will be back. Number 16, calendar options including the 4-day school week.
So I have got just a little bit of PowerPoint information that I would like to talk about that some of the board members had asked for before we kind of just start opening up the discussion here with the board about this topic. What I would like to start with is what are our requirements from TEA when we build the calendar and we build the schedule. So TEA requires that students are in class and receiving instruction 75,600 minutes. And so that's counted from morning bell to dismissal bell, how much time are the kids on campus receiving services. And so that is the minimum number of minutes that we have to have per instruction each year. They also require that we have to build in 2 bad weather days. You have 2 options in order to cover those 2 bad weather days. And one is to build extra minutes into your calendar. That is the model we have been practicing for the last few years here at Princeton. We have built the extra minutes into the calendar, and then if the chance would happen that we actually got through a year without any bad weather days, our students would actually come to school for more minutes than the minimum minutes required. So we have built those in through extra minutes. The other option is what we used to do a few years back before it went to minutes, where we actually built 2 days into the calendar sometime after February, because it's got to be after the possibility for bad weather. You can't build your bad weather makeup days at the beginning of the year. It doesn't work that way. And so we build those into the end of the year. If you had bad weather days, you would have to make up that time on those 2 days. That happens sometimes after February in your calendar. We haven't done that since we went to the minutes, but it is an option for the way you do those. If you don't have the bad weather, those days are off. If you have the bad weather, you have to go there. After the 2 days of bad weather are made up, you have the ability to file for waivers with TEA for any other additional time missed. So last year when we missed a week of school, the first 2 days we had to use our extra minutes that we had in our calendar. We were able to file for a waiver for the remaining 3 days, if you remember that process. And this year so far, only Clark has used up their days, and we will have to file a waiver for the 3rd day at Clark right at this moment in time. Everybody else is okay, and we'll have to see how that plays out as we go through the rest of this month and next month. The other thing I want to bring up is these aren't necessarily requirements, but as we develop our calendar every year, we do that through the district site-based committee, and we use a group of teachers, parents, community members, and we bring together and we talk through things. These are things that aren't rules, but they're kind of the unwritten rules of things that we have followed in the past. We don't start school in June, we wait till August. We try to get out of school before Memorial Day. We take off 1 week at Thanksgiving break. We take off at least 2 weeks at Christmas and New Year's break. We have a week off for spring break, and then Labor Day, Fair Day, MLK Day, President's Day, and Good Friday are holidays that we typically observe and do not have school on. Okay? So again, none of those are rules, but they're kind of the unspoken common practices that we use that the committee is usually pretty adamant about following. So the next thing the board asked is to do some research based on schools around us that have gone 4-day school weeks and what have we seen and what has happened with student performance in those districts. We reached out to Region 10 and they provided us with some data based on STAR results from the schools in Region 10 who have moved to a 4-day school week. The box that is indicated here is the year in which the school instituted a 4-day school week, and so this is simply a 30,000-foot view. It's the only thing they could provide us that from their analysis, and it shows the percent of students who were at approaches or better on all tests, and so just a metric that was able to be pulled on every campus and shown. You'll see that they were at 72 prior to, you saw a dip, and then you've seen a recovery back to that 72 over time. The other thing to remember that's a factor there is we did have COVID happen in that same time period as well. So again, this is just one school district that entered in the 1920 school year, and you see over time, it looks like performance has leveled off and been the same up to this point. These two campuses went in on the 2021 school year, and you'll see a very similar trend, drop from 85 down to 78 through the COVID time, and then it slowly crept back up, but there is a small decrease in performance from 85 to 82. Likewise, on the school in the red, 74 down to 71 in those same time periods. So small decreases in performance, but nothing catastrophic. Two schools that entered in the 21-22 school year, we're past COVID, we're seeing the same. We're still seeing a similar trend of slightly lower results in one school, and that one school seeing slightly higher results from year to year based on the results of those tests. And then finally, the last school that went in this last school year, but we have no other results to look at after that. So, but you do see that same similar trend over time from the 18-19 down and back up, even though they were on a 5-day school week at those times. So I think that's interesting to see. I looked at lots of studies. Mr. Gunnels, Ms. Nix, and myself have read, I think, almost every study that's out there since this had come up a few months back. The key thing that we took out of most of the studies were that it all depended on the instructional time and how that was developed into what the schools across the country had done. Oregon State had done some great studies that we read, and they did state that schools that significantly reduced the instructional time period, meaning that students were receiving, for our case, 75,600 minutes, and they reduced that down dramatically in time, then those saw significantly greater reductions in student performances because less contact with kids means less learning is happening, which means student performance will suffer. The one thing that every study we looked at did point out is, will those small reductions we're seeing over time compound into a larger issue over time? And quite frankly, every study usually ends at the same point. Only time will tell what the overall impact of these kind of changes would be to a school system. Okay? So that's kind of what we've found through there. So the next step that I just thought would be valuable before we opened up conversation with the board is, where are we at on a schedule right now, and what kind of changes would that make? Because we talk about 4-day work week, we talk about taking more time off for teachers, but there's always a trade-off that you have to look at to see what's going to happen. So what we wanted to point out is our current elementary schedules right now, students start school at 8:30, they're dismissed at 3:50. So those students are currently in class for 440 minutes a day, which is 7 hours and 20 minutes. And Princeton ISD is currently going to school for 176 days. So students are in attendance 176 days. 4 of those days are half days or early release days where students get out sometime early, and so you actually have to subtract some of that. So anybody that's doing the math on there, you'll see the numbers are slightly higher, but we got to take out the half days. Okay? So the first question that I asked myself was, if I kept all the rules in place that we've been looking at and all the common practices we've been had in place, but then I went through and took out and made every week a 4-day week. So for my practice, just for points so we can see numbers, I said if I took every Monday off throughout the school year, except for weeks where I already had the Friday off, like Good Friday, because we're already on a 4-day week. And so most of the districts that I looked at around us kept that practice in play. They didn't cut to a 3-day week. Then when I looked at those numbers, what that was gonna cause us to do, if we started on the same day we have calendar planned for next year, and we ended on the same day, and we took all the same days off in the middle that we'd already planned to take off, an elementary student would be at school from 8:30 in the morning till 5:10 in the afternoon, which means those students would be on school for 8 hours and 40 minutes a day. And then our teaching staff would have to be there the extra 30 minutes prior, the extra 30 minutes behind, so a teaching staff would be there roughly 9 hours and 40 minutes a day. Now, that would cut your actual instructional days for students down to 148 days. And again, nothing magical about that. I just said our current calendar, the way it is, if I kept everything that we'd already approved and just took off those extra days, we have to make up those times and minutes. You could also make the choice that instead of doing that, I could extend the school year. I could say, okay, I'm willing to come after Memorial Day and pick up some more days after Memorial Day. If I didn't want to extend the time, I would have to add, I think it was 11 days we came up with to get that accomplished, which would stretch us all the way to the middle of June, June before I could get out of school. So those are the trade-offs to get all the way down to that point. You either have to take some days that we currently have off, shorten Thanksgiving break, shorten Christmas break, come to school some other day, something to make that happen. But if you didn't do anything else and all you did was extend the time so that we still met our minimum requirement, that's what the elementary schedule would look like. And of course it could shift however you see. We just kept the same start times. Which then this just led to, okay, what is the amount of time? Because I don't know about what you guys see, but when I see an elementary kid being out at school for 8 hours and 40 minutes a day, I just cringe because I cannot imagine elementary schools students being still functional for that much time a day. I don't know a lot of adults that make it past 8 hours a day and still feel completely functional in what they're doing. And so we started having some conversations about what did we think would be an acceptable amount of added time per day, and what would that do to our calendar? Because when you start looking at 4-day schools out there, they're not all on the same. Some go 150, some go 154, some go 159. It's just what they call their version of that and how many days they decided to take off. And so all I wanted to do here is outline for you what different things would accomplish. If we added an hour to each school day, so the elementary schools would go from 8:30 to 4:50, you could cut the school day down by the kids going 500 minutes a day, 8 hours and 20 minutes, and that would cut you down to roughly 153 days on our calendar. If you look at some schools around us, 154, I believe, is the number of days Farmersville is currently going to school. Anna elementary school students are currently going 505 minutes a day. So there's some numbers there that start to line up with what we've seen around us. I picked 40 minutes a day is kind of one of the places I started with because we started about adding time. You start talking about one of the places we have the most periods of the day is our middle school campuses that have 8 periods a day. And you start talking about when I add minutes, at 40 minutes a day, I'm adding 5 minutes to each class period. And if I did that, that would allow us to cut from 176 down to 159 school days. So that's what it would take. Kids would be in school then for 8 hours a day. And then lastly, just a 20-minute add to time would allow you to cut 10 days off. So if you weren't looking to do a whole bunch of time off, you weren't looking to go to a full day week, but you wanted to provide some more time for planning and staff development and some time for our teachers to be prepared for students, you could do this, which would allow you to include 10 extra days off, which would be an extra planning day per month throughout the entire school year. And you could accomplish something like that by only adding 20 minutes to every school day. Now, I've only run this schedule and presented it here for the elementary schedules, but if you want to know what middle school and high school basically shifted an hour each way, they would start an hour earlier, they'd get out an hour earlier. That would be the times for our secondary campuses with our staggered start time.
Can I ask why we have the staggered start time?
We have the staggered start time primarily because we're trying to save as much money as we can. The number of buses we would have to have would almost double, that we'd have to purchase buses, and the number of drivers we'd have to have would almost double. And in our current world, nobody can find enough bus drivers. And so that's why most districts have gone to a 2 or a 3-step staggered program to give their bus drivers drive multiple routes, get more money because they're driving longer times because they're driving multiple routes. But that saves the district considerable amount of money as well, because we're not buying additional buses that are only going out for 1 route. Each bus is getting used for 2 routes in the morning, 2 routes in the afternoon, and so are the drivers. So financially, yeah, and physically. Okay. So those were just some samples, because I just wanted to make sure we were all talking about the same thing, about the amount of time it would take to accomplish some of those things if we decided to look at those. Other considerations is just impact on students. We talk about the academic impact, of course. We talked about extracurricular impact. I know our band director, our fine arts director, our athletics director, have some serious concerns about, having those activities, still having events on the day we're off or having practices, and, going down to transportation under the parent impact. How do those students get to those? Are we providing transportation to students that need to come in for extracurricular on those days? Are we asking parents to provide transportation for those students to get there? Another student impact that was brought up in many of the studies is nutritional. We have lots of students throughout the district that they get their primary nutrition source from us. Even our elementary campuses sending home backpacks over the weekends with extra food for students that have qualified and need those. That would be one more day that those students would not be at campus receiving those hot lunches from the campus. On parent impact, again, what is the impact on childcare? Looking at districts around us, some of them have partnered with after-school programs like Boys and Girls Club or the YMCA, and have let them use their facilities to offer Friday programs or Monday programs, depending on what day they've taken off, but that's at an additional cost to parents. We've seen some districts around us share information that they've had some concerns from their parents that could cost upward to a $200 a month cost, at a $50 a day cost for each of those Fridays that they've got to provide childcare for their kids, because there is no school going on at that point in time. Again, transportation we just talked about, and then, on the staff impact, how does this financially impact, and how do we deal with our hourly employees that are gonna work less hours? Is that gonna affect them financially? Or, some of our positions, like our bus drivers, they go from driving kids 5 days a week to driving kids 4 days a week. What is that financial impact, and how do we address that? That would be a decision we would have to look at, and what those things would be. So I'm not sure I answered all the questions, but I know I've went through the emails that the board members have sent me about questions and what things would look like, and I've tried to provide just a overview of our constraints that we are working under and some ideas. And at this point in time, we would just need the board to kind of share your thoughts on these things and help us with the direction of where you're thinking we need to go.
Is that a point you're asking a question?
Yes, sir.
Because I think to me, you gotta be talking to teachers, and you've gotta get their teachers' input. And, I'd like to some degree, so you look at having some kind of maybe steering committee that combines teachers or whatever to begin to discuss those, rather than us trying to come up with, is this a good plan or a bad plan, when we're not the ones sitting there in the classroom. And I think you also got to include parents. I mean, we can't just exclude our parents, and we've got to see what their input and outtake is. And and part of me is I think you can go beyond just looking at a 4-day schedule, but also use that same committee of saying, we know the job has increased. We know the job is becoming more and more difficult. We know we're asking more and more of you. However, what are some things that you're just finding yourself overwhelmed by, that we could address, that maybe isn't based on schedule or based on anything else. But is there resources? Is there other positions? Is there parent liaison positions? Is there an ARD person? I mean, there's could be, in my own mind, coming from an educational background, there could be a plethora of things. But I think our conversations have to start with our teachers, and it has to include them on the front end, and then also to realize this isn't a quick decision. This isn't let's decide this and boom, we're just starting it. I mean, what kind of staff development needs to go in learning how to teach those longer days? What does it take to teach a longer? I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. And while we could discuss this and, sort of like a dog chasing its tail, we could go round and round and round and not come up with an answer. I still think those who are closest to it needs to be involved heavily within that sort of thing.
I do just want to address those comments. We have developed the calendar every year by a committee of teachers, parents, and community members. So the process you're explaining is the process we've done in the past based on guidelines and principles that the board has told us to work under. And so I 100% agree with you that we have to include lots of people into this discussion on what it looks like. Tonight's discussion was simply, we've had some teachers that have come and spoke to the board, and I've had board members tell me that they wanted us to gather this information and present so that we could talk about a direction of what we want to do. And if that direction is surveys and committees, then we're standing at the ready to go down that path and make the decision that's right for our community.
Mr. McIntyre, can we start with a survey similar to how we did with security? Can we start with a survey for the teachers, do one for the parents? Remember how we had the town hall and we went through that whole process? I think this is going to be another one of those type of things. So can we start there?
100%. Yeah, I think we can include some kind of hybrid plan, not so much this specific, but maybe include more days for the teachers and trying to, it doesn't necessarily have to be 40 minutes, 20 minutes, figure out something that's,
And I agree, and staff has worked hard. The last couple of years, we have reduced the number of days down, some, and we've added extra days in there. We've added the academy days throughout the year to try to do that very thing. We understand that there's a need for more professional development. There's a need for more planning and work time, but we also have to keep, our main job is to educate kids. And so I'm for whatever we can do to make the world easier on our employees, as long as we're not sacrificing performance of our students.
Amen.
Agreed. I think we're all in agreement with that. I mean, I think if we start with the survey, at least from that point, we can start having further discussions. But starting there, and maybe by the next board meeting, if we can get a response on that, then we can make some sort of efforts towards a different direction, if that's the direction we choose to go.
I'm in support of the idea behind a survey, but what I'm concerned about is that we do a survey and we have very low response.
You won't for this.
I would hate to see, I'm talking about parent response, because I think that's the impact that is probably greater than what we might realize. I certainly don't want to have a response where it's 10% or even 5% of the community, and then be making a decision that's affecting 100% of the parents.
As a parent, I can tell you, you won't. We're going to chime in very loud and proud.
Well, we'll see on that, and that's what I would want. I would not want to make a decision based upon a small sampling of folks participating.
Maybe that survey is something that the committee that's currently addressing our schedule would take into consideration.
Well, again, the thing I want to point out is I know teachers have come, but I don't know that we've analyzed what is the real causal factors that has brought them to the direction of looking at a 4-day week. Is it because strictly academics and we think that's the best way academically? Is that a way that teachers are finding, I've got to find some kind of balance to be able to keep doing this job as teacher and still have a family and everything else that I'm involved in, what are those causal factors? And is a 4-day week the best way to address that? Or are there other things that is there that we can do that is going to address those causal factors and have those conversations? I don't know that we've had those conversations, and I think that's where it's got to start.
Julia, talking to your mic.
I like that idea, but maybe put that in the survey. Ask what led you to want a 4-day week. We can find out.
John, what is your opinion?
Well, again, I think I understand you're looking at 4-day week, but I think it goes beyond that. I think we got to look beyond that and begin to find ways to address and to have conversations and come to the table with honest communication and full transparency and say, here's what we've got, here's what we're looking at, here's what we're stressed about, here's what we're suggesting that would really help us. And we as administrators look at that and begin to have those conversations with teachers and with administrators and say, okay, let's look at that and not just look, well, let's do a survey for 4-day week. That may be where you land at, but is there a landing that could come before that with conversations that need to be had?
John, do you have an opinion?
I think we need to continue to look at this. Okay, I'll turn my voice.
That'd be great.
I think we need to continue to look at this and review the information that we have and continue to consider what the parents are saying, how this is going to affect the kids. Like we were talking about before, those curves that goes down, as they were speaking before. We don't know what age group that is that the curve is affecting. We don't know how it's affecting them. But as they continue to go down, as I believe Mr. Mack was speaking of it, we don't know how that's going to affect each one of these students and what student's going to be at that level when the curve goes down and where he's at the present time. So I think it's vitally important that we really look at these kids. Like we're talking about education. We know the teachers, they want time off more or less. But we got to look at what that time off and how it's going to affect these kids. And I think that's something we need to look at definitely a little bit more.
I
Thank you.
totally agree. I believe our focus is our students, and I believe our teachers would agree with that. I've taught for 20 years, and I can tell you some things that would have helped me. First of all, having in-service time where we could actually be in our rooms working and doing some constructive things there and getting ready for our kids when they come back. Being creative with other times that we can use in our classrooms. I've been taught that kids learn by repetition, 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 and they need those 5 days, I believe, with all my heart. I believe that if teachers were relieved of having to do ARDS, I can't tell you the times I was pulled out of the classroom for an hour, 2 hours a day to do ARDS. Bus duty, actually have subs that teach our lesson plans so we don't have to go back and teach those again the next day and have a double teaching. There's so many different ideas, and I'm just one teacher. I'm sure that our teachers will have lots and lots of ideas on how to maximize our time and still not make our children go to school from 8:30 to 5:10. So I'm all for finding out everybody's opinion, but that's my experience being in the classroom.
I think there are other ways for us to come up with a solution. Even if we don't go to having the 4-day week every week, and maybe it's once a month, that's still something that we could potentially look into. But again, before we jump the gun, I think it makes more sense for us to actually talk with the parents, talk with the teachers, understand their why. Why are they asking for this? I know from my perspective, a lot of the teachers that I've spoken with have kind of shared that they are going nonstop, and thank you. and they're in a place to where they don't have enough hours in their day to prepare their lessons adequately. So that's why they would like to go to the 4-day work week, even if they had to do like the 5th day and that be their prep day, they were okay with that from a couple of teachers that I talked to. Now, as a parent, on the flip side, of course, I'd have to figure out what am I going to do with my child on that one day that they're not in school. But if it's going to be for their betterment, then I'm all for it. But again, before I just jump into it, I would like to hear what the teachers have to say, as well as what the parents have to say, and then go from there before we even get down this rabbit hole, because that's what we're about to be down.
I think we're all in agreement that we would like to have some sort of survey and find out more.
So I guess, Mr. McIntyre, at this point, can we just request that of you? Next steps is to do the survey, and we're gonna do one with the teachers, and we also need to follow up doing one with the parents as well. And as Dwayne was saying, we don't want it to just be a small pool, but I guarantee you it won't.
Would you like to make that a motion?
I sure will, absolutely.
That's a motion by Starla. Is there a second? John?
Before you get a second, I'd like
Oh, discussion, sorry.
Actually, you need to go ahead and see if we've
Oh,
got a
I need a
second
second first, then we can have discussion. Yeah, that's right.
I'll second it.
Who seconded it? Oh, John seconded it, but he has discussion.
What I like to say is that when we're talking about the criteria, as that we kind of looked on the board there, where how these things are affecting, I think that those things need to be also added to the criteria.
Say
So that
say that again?
the criteria that we
Oh,
put down on the survey, some of the criteria that we had up there, how it's gonna affect the students, how it's gonna affect kids, how it's gonna affect education. We need to put those things also on the survey. So when they look at it, they're looking at more or less a whole picture, not just picking out one part here, one part here. They could see the whole picture of how this is gonna affect, and I think parents will make more a conscientious decision when they see all these things before them. You know, this is what they're gonna be affected by having a 4-day weekend, or not doing it, or changing the schedule.
That's a good
You know,
point.
it's gonna affect a lot of areas. Thank you.
Good point. Oh, okay, so there was a motion and
I think Bob's still.
second? Oh, more discussion?
Yeah, I'm not really sure the direction that we're saying when do a survey of what we're asking to do a survey about. Is the survey about a 4-day work? Is the survey about teacher workload and causal factors? I mean, we're talking about a lot of different things that could be involved in a survey that could take quite a while just to develop, to figure out what it is that you're wanting to ask that's going to meet the needs of what the teachers are telling us. And to me, I think the first step is, you know, this is just me, it would be to get you know, a group of teachers as a representative from every campus, and to begin to sit down and have conversations with them to say, you know, let's look at this and what you've come to say and what does that mean, so that we know how to respond. You know, to me, I think a survey comes after we know, are we going a direction that we can see, is that direction a good direction or not a good direction? Right now, I think it's we don't know, and a we don't know survey is gonna be a shotgun blast on a paper, and you're gonna chase lots of different trails. So, to me, we've gotta have those conversations first with teachers and begin to see what it is that's really there.
But Bob, like just in thinking about that, I feel like if we, with what you're saying, if we do it that way and we're saying we're gonna have these conversations first, is not the reason for the survey for us to first ask the question, are you for or against a 4-day work week? If you're for it, then why would you want a 4-day work week? These are things that we can include in a well-crafted survey. I do these on a regular basis. So I feel like we can achieve what you're trying to do through the survey from the teacher's perspective, just to kind of get them, and you can always leave a section for them to elaborate. Have a comment section left open if they want to add more onto it. And I'm sorry, Mr. McIntyre, I know this is adding more to your job. I'm sorry. But I feel like it's worth that, you know, for us to do it. But trying to get like just a smaller population from each one of the schools, I feel like there's gonna be some people left out in that. And at least with us doing the survey and having it open to all the teachers and staff, it allows them an opportunity to all be heard. It's just my 2 cents.
Starla, I agree with what you're saying there, and my concern on the survey idea is that, you know, even if our teachers really want to go to a 4-day work week, but our parents, our communities push back so hard, we're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen. How can we, if the community push back? So we need to know what the community wants. So I'm concerned about that.
That's part of it, though. Like, that's the other half. So he was only speaking about the teachers from their perspective, so I was addressing that. But we also said that we were going to do it for the parents as well, because we want to know what their thought process is. And as a parent, like, I would like an opportunity to be able to share that as well.
Yeah, if we guide it specifically towards a 4-day work week, I think what Bob's saying is correct, that we're guided just in that question, answering that question, when the answer may be more, it may be different than just a 4-day work week. So if we look at these and have those discussions of what questions to ask, maybe we'll be more guided at what the answer is. Maybe part of it is gonna be some kind of hybrid work week. Part of it might be something different that, you know, a resolution that won't affect students, the hours for students. So, I could see how maybe a blanket answer question, is this a good 4-day work week? Are you for and against? That may be, yeah, maybe a little too broad.
Why don't, I'm not sure if Mac's gonna work on this or if we're all gonna collaborate. I would think that we could help with some of the questions, review them before that survey's sent out, so we're trying to address it, maybe.
And Bob, I think I've got a good grasp on where you're coming from. I know you've sent me some emails. We've had some other conversations outside of here. So I think staff and I can get together and come up with something that would address both topics of things that are putting extra stress on teachers, options for things that they believe could help out those, things that might need to be eliminated or relooked at that we're doing that is putting extra on teachers' plates that could fix that doesn't impact the actual time that we have kids in seats receiving instruction. And so I believe I've got a good grasp from conversations on where you're at and the other side, but I think, you know, if we have any thought that doing any big changes to the calendar are coming up, that process has to start immediately. I mean, we're talking about that we just spent tons of money bringing curriculum committees in this summer to rewrite all the curriculum to move it from 6 weeks to 9 weeks, and this changes are going to require those committees to do that same process again this summer. And that's going to have to start, and you're going to have to, if you're making drastic changes, you know, that process has got to start moving in those directions. But I do agree with you that, you know, my personal belief is I don't think there's anything magical about a 4-day week. I think there's something magical about giving people the time they need to be able to efficiently do their job, whether without impacting and negatively affecting our contact with students. You know, I don't believe that adding 20 minutes or less to a school day can make up for missing any number of days, because in that extra 2 minutes per class that I get at adding 20 minutes to a school day, I'm not affecting change like I would in those extra 10 days. I struggle there. I struggle with also saying that if I bring a kid in for over 8 hours a day, that any kid is still going to be viable and conducive to great learning strides in those last few minutes of the day. I struggle with that. So trying to find some piece in the middle that does accomplish those things and look at outside of school duties that we're asking teachers to perform that we've always performed and we do, but we still got to balance those duties with our desire to have community involvement and bring people into our schools. You know, I can't have a community event at a school without having people work those events. So
Right.
what does that look like, and how do you function that? And how do you sacrifice that when the number one thing we consistently hear that's positive about our district is we've strived to keep the small town feel by doing some of those things. And as soon as we cut out every chance for parents to come into the school because it's stressful for our teachers, we're losing that feel. We're losing that connection, and we're losing that touch that has always made Princeton Princeton. And so it's a bunch of sacrifices, it's a bunch of compromises that gets us to the middle that's best for everybody. And I don't think any one group can be the driving force behind this decision.
Agreed.
I think
so-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, Mr. McIntyre, as part of that, since we have these options, could we come up with some solutions, like maybe 4 different solutions to pose to teachers and to parents to see kind of where we land in that as part of that as well, like whether it's the hybrid or whatever we come up with?
100%. I mean, and that's the whole purpose behind what I did here today, was trying to illustrate some examples on this one topic that we go. And I know I'm not touching on anything else, Bob, that you're bringing up, but I was tasked with looking at calendar options in this. And so I understand there may be bigger factors out there that are impacting things, but this was the ask, and I tried to present that information to y'all in a way that kind of illustrated those examples. And I think in that survey, you're gonna have to do that because you've got to understand the full situation. I was on the phone with an assistant superintendent from one of the 4-day schools today, and one of the big things he says is they get lots of complaints of their new teachers that got hired that came running to the 4-day school week, but then realized, oh crud, I'm at work for 9 hours a day. And still coming in every other Friday. So just wanting to make sure we have enough information to present. And anything in between those, I picked 20-minute increments just because it made sense for what I was trying to do, but anything in between could be a solution. What does that look like, and how do we address that? I did find it interesting that we've looked at several other school districts that aren't on 4-day work weeks, but they've done things. One of our neighboring districts that we have connections with is looking at their schedule where they pretty much make sure they just never have more than 2 full weeks in a row that they rotate in, and to have just breaks in there built in. Some of them are work days, some of them are days for elementary teachers to do compacts or parent-teacher conferences, and some of them are just get the heck out of here and go home and take care of yourself days. But it is interesting somewhat to watch and look. I know Mr. Brewer and I was having this conversation earlier. The largest school district to be on a 4-day school is half our size in the entire state of Texas. Of all the schools that have done this, the majority are rural schools with less than 1,000 students in there, so that they can easily make up some of the issues with what kids do on those days off. Opening a classroom can handle the kids that are in elementary school. This is a big undertaking that's impacting 8,600 students and their parents as well. And I know we said we were addressing that with surveys, but I think we just can't forget that.
Well, the other thing I think you gotta keep in mind, is as you're growing, you're gonna have to add teachers without losing teachers at a high rate as well. That would double what you have to get in trying to find teachers to maintain a high academic standard and rigor. And in order to do that, I think we have to provide some consistency in there. And so I think we've got to broaden that scope and look at things, rather than just where we're at right now. I think we can easily let emotions and things drive the narrative, and not get to making any change other than creating a gap that's even bigger, as a chasm that could get bigger, that we don't want to have happen. And again, I think that only happens when we have have those conversations with teachers and see what are those things that are there that's driving teachers out of the profession and not drawing teachers into the profession or keeping teachers into the profession. That's not a Princeton problem, that's a countrywide problem. And I think we've got to begin to really look at that in honest ways.
Mr. McIntyre, I just want to commend you for your presentation. I appreciate you spending all that time to put that together for us. And we have a motion and a second on the floor, so it's time to vote if there's no further discussion.
Can you restate the motion?
The motion
Restate the motion, please.
Starla, you want to restate the motion for me?
I made a motion for us to do a survey for the teachers as well as for the parents on the 4-day work week and other options that we could potentially give them. So maybe have 4 options for them.
And were you including the things that they were having trouble with? Okay. Okay.
So in the survey, it should definitely include things that they're having trouble with, what their take is on it, like from a teacher's perspective, why do you want it? What are you struggling with? Leaving open spaces for comments. On the flip side of that, from the parent's perspective, if you are for it, why are you for it or why are you against it? And then are you aware that this may be impacted? Your kids may have to be in class longer, et cetera.
Thank you for your clarification. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand for the survey. All opposed? Are you raising your hand, Bob? I didn't see it. Not necessarily. You're abstaining? Okay. So we have 1 abstention. Pardon? Say that again. They're not allowed to abstain. Oh.
Robert?
Sorry, you're not allowed to abstain. You either vote for it or against it. So a no vote is for it.
And, yeah.
And that is the rules.
When you abstain in Robert's rules, it's considered a no. But is that kind of where you're at? Anyway, it passes.
It passes either way without
passes
my
either way.
comments or getting into Robert Rules of Orders and what I can do and what I can't do. That's neither here nor there. To me, my vote is no with anything that's not going to involve the sit-down conversation with teachers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Motion passes, so we'll go with the survey. The next thing on the menu is the number 17, the budget amendment.
Ms. Portman?
All right. This budget amendment is to we added the 3 SRO positions for the remainder of the year. So their salaries as well as the plumbing work that was done over Christmas and the admin repairs that Pogue presented earlier today. And it also has on the first page of that amendment where we committed the $4 million from local over to local construction.
I'll make a motion to accept the transfer funds as presented.
I second. Ryan made the motion.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Dwayne, to approve the budget amendment as presented, correct?
Accepting budget amendment.
You said transfer, so I just want to clarify.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why had a question in my voice there. So to approve the budget amendment as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Ryan made the motion, I second. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Motion passes, thank you. Number 18, establish timelines for superintendent appraisal.
So at this point, we typically set the dates and times that you guys are requesting me to have an evaluation instrument and packet to you guys, and what information you would like to be included in that packet. And then we would set a date that you would all need to complete your evaluation packet and return that to Julia as secretary to compile that information. And then we would need to set a date for you guys to come together without me to perform the evaluation and to fill out the sheets and to come up with a combined answer. And then at the February board meeting, typically, we would actually perform the evaluation. Y'all would give that to me. I know that Dwayne and Julia has worked hard to update our form to make it into an electronic online form. I think that's going to make that process a lot easier for y'all to get that to them so that it's the same form that was used last year, but some goals included that y'all gave me last year to the bottom of that and done as an electronic form. Dwayne and Julia, do either one of y'all want to?
I'll speak to it. Actually, let's give credit to T. They actually, we approached them and they said, hey, we'll do that for you, no problem. So they put it together as a tool for us, and the idea is that if it works and we like it, they'll give it to other districts to use also. So they used what we did last year, same question, same format, but cleaned it all up so it actually works and it's electronic now. So you'll get a shared survey that you'll be able to access, and you'll submit that. Once it's done, you'll submit all the the points or anything you want to comment on. You'll also see what the direction we had given Mr. McIntyre last year from that review last year. So you'll be able to do that all online. You won't have to scan papers or access it through a Word doc or whatever. It'll be a lot easier for you all.
Okay, so now we need to establish a timeline. First of all, give me an idea, Dwayne, how long it took you to, once you got all the information, to compile it and get it ready?
Couple days, like 3 or 4 days to do it, but I think with this way, it should cut it down to about a day and a half.
Okay, good.
And typically, y'all get those results back to me 1 week prior to the February board meeting. So that means if we work backwards, somewhere the 19th or 20th there. I know we're out of school on the 19th, but 19th or 20th would be when I would like to have those results back to me. So that means realistically sometime the week of the 12th through the 16th would need to be the day for y'all to have the meeting without me. Or the week, sorry.
Tuesday the 13th open for everybody?
No, I'll be traveling back from Virginia.
From where? Virginia. Oh, are you so you'll be gone Monday and Tuesday? Okay,
I won't
can't
be
do
available
this.
on Tuesday either.
Pardon?
I will not be available on that Tuesday
Okay.
either.
All right. Well, Wednesday's Valentine's Day, so I'm gonna say that's a no. Let's see.
So that Thursday, the 15th?
Thursday's
We have
that
a Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce.
That's the Chamber of Commerce. What about Friday the 16th? Are y'all opposed to Friday? I'm sorry, but it's our the only day on that thing.
So on that Friday, what time will we do it? Like 5:30? Or Julia, because we can't hear you down here. You said no?
Yeah, I'm not available on Friday.
At all? Okay, what about,
The week
would
before.
it be too soon to go the week before? Say Thursday the 8th? Are you leaving town?
So the
Thursday the 8th?
6th? No.
I'm fine with the 8th.
Let's see, the 4th, or 5th, 6th, or 7th, I'll be available. I leave on the 8th.
So the 6th?
Tuesday the 6th? Can everybody do Tuesday the 6th? Is that too soon? Are we going to be good?
And around what time?
Tuesday 6th, let's say 7 o'clock? Is that good?
I'm available earlier if you guys all are.
Yeah, I'm available earlier.
Yeah, because that's going to be a late night. Yeah.
I am not. I teach that day. John is not available earlier. Julia?
What time are you available, John? On Tuesday? 7?
Oh, he's
okay.
available, okay.
Yeah, no, we're talking like moving it to, maybe moving it to
Julia?
5 or, 6 or something, right? 5's good for me.
Can you
Five.
do that 5 on
You do
Tuesday?
5? Okay.
I could probably move some things around to be able to do 5 and then go somewhere else after that.
Same.
So 5 o'clock on Tuesday?
Does that work for you, Bob?
Can we do 5:30? I'm just asking because I'm driving from Irving, so.
You got it, man. 5:30's on there.
5:30 on Tuesday. Okay. The 6th.
Golly.
5:30 on Tuesday the 6th. Is everybody good with that? Yes? Okay, good.
So when does that mean you need the packet for me to do the evaluations to get them to Julia in time to get them ready for that meeting?
Tonight.
Yeah.
Started at 3:30, stayed till 3:30, got it.
How about by the,
As soon as possible.
how about by the 31st?
Is that gonna be doable for you?
What? Yes,
No. I'm
Have I
thinking
ever
the
not taken
31st
care
of
of you?
January.
okay,
Is that gonna be doable for you?
yeah, sure. Can I, ooh.
Like I said, is that gonna be doable
Well,
for you?
so that does bring up the question about what information you guys want from me. I've had a conversation with Dwayne and Cindy a little bit because they asked the questions about it. You know, I prepare that Region 13 packet for you that has data and disaggregated all the way down through grade level by demographics. And I've had 3 or 4 people tell me they never looked at that all they looked at was the major results at the beginning by all students, by all grade levels, and then they looked at the narrative of information that I sent that addressed anything in the questions. If that's all I have to provide you, I can have that to you before I leave this week. I can have that to everybody by Friday of this. Phil is the only other person in the room that's filled that packet out before, so he understands my hesitation. But I can have that to you Friday, Saturday at the latest. Which would give y'all that Julia, if she only needs a couple of days, you would have to have your stuff filled out and back to her by Tuesday or Wednesday of the next week. January 30th or 31st. And that would give Julia from the 31st till the 6th to put everything together. Is that enough for you? I'm just trying to, I know Dwayne says it's cut down to one and a half, but just with it being the first time with that, I want to make sure you have plenty of time.
Oh, sister, she needs
So I will have it to you by Saturday, end of business on Saturday, if that's okay.
the 27th.
Yes.
I'd say take through the 28th.
Thanks.
You're not doing anything, are you?
I leave the 28th, yes, so, but I will have it to you before end of business on the 27th.
Okay, thank you. I think we have our calendar set for that. All right. Next is 19 land purchase.
We'll need to go into executive session for that, but I would like permission to dismiss staff at this time, please.
Sure.
Staff, you are dismissed. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all.
The board will now adjourn to a closed meeting under section 551.072, discussing the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. The board will not take action in this closed meeting and will reconvene in an open meeting before the meeting is finally adjourned. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion.
Dwayne made a motion. Is there a second? John seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. We are going into executive session. What time is it? 10:12. Oh. I was surprised. I just looked up a minute ago. It was 8 o'clock. How did it get to be 10:12? How did that happen?
Since you asked me Cindy,
Thank you.
I'm glad you put a pen at my desk because I didn't realize I didn't bring my pen.
Thank you. Yeah, I always set it there so I don't forget to give it to you. Isn't that smart?
my top drawer or? Yeah, okay.
I don't think I need to take anything, do I?
Thank you. It's not 8:44, it's 10:44. We've returned to open meeting at 10:44. 8:44 was lucky thinking. The board took no action during the closed meeting. We will now address the land purchase. I need a motion.
Your motion is to give authorization.
As discussed.
As discussed.
All right, the motion is to.
I'll
give
second the
authorization.
motion.
Second is Dwayne. All in